Wait a minute, are we like literally,
Everyone's here.
holy crow.
This is great.
Wow, that's amazing.
Dang.
So we don't need to do roll call. Dang. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Nantucket Historic District Commission meeting of Tuesday, January 10th. It's 7 minutes after 4. We're running a little late. Basically, everyone is here and live, so we don't need to do any roll call. For those of you 2 people sitting in the audience, mute your phones and let us know if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting. Can I have a motion? Thank you. So Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion is good. Let's see. First up, public comment. Any public comment, and that would include people on Zoom?
Oh, I guess now we are.
We're good?
There's some people up there. But
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Okay, commissioner comments.
I have one.
Okay.
I'm on the next one.
Well, hang on, we're still at commissioner comments, and it sounds like maybe Stephen has a commissioner comment.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to respectfully request that we follow our newly very tender rules, including running the meetings, no offense, Mr. Chair, to try and keep things moving along. And I just think it's just worth a reminder. When we voted him in, we suggested that we'd remind one another till they became entrenched. So I'm doing a public commissioner service announcement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I
Stephen.
have a small.
I mean, basically, you're saying keep it all brief. Yes, Abby, thanks.
When we have a application with a lot of different things like garage, shed and stuff, can we
Yes.
do the main house first so we get
We
a,
always should.
yeah, it's sometimes we get the garage
Sometimes it gets
first.
mixed up, but if I'm cognizant of that fact, I will go with the main house first, because seriously, it doesn't make any sense reviewing a garage if we don't know what the house looks like. So thanks for that. But, and anybody, if you see something like that, just holler and let me know. Okay? I try and pay attention. So is that it for commissioner comments? Okay. Now we have discussion on staff and commission responsibilities. And Diane, you had requested to put that on. Can you tell us what's on your mind?
Yeah, it's just that I included it with the citizens warrant. I'm sorry, I'm not particularly well. I'm not contagious, but I'm not very well. To say that people who, like the citizens warrant, we're not asking to be separate from Plus. We're asking to be our own, with our own people. This would mean that, like, people with, oh, sorry.
Here.
Start again, without the coughing. No, that's kidding. Get lucky, I'm dragged myself out of bed.
It's to say what the staff would be to do in the event that we got to be our own people with our own administrator who would be architecturally history. Anybody who is now a staff member could certainly and would be encouraged to sign up to be. We would like the Board of Selectmen, Libby, to choose the person, review the people, and that we would be part of the choice procedure. It would stay within the HDC, so that HDC had a working staff that was dedicated to the HDC, not borrowed from somewhere else for some length of time, but dedicated to us. There's enough work in this commission to keep at least 2 people employed. And with the architectural head, it would pull it together and keep us a strong commission, not fading into the sunset, which, anyway.
So, and I'm certainly going to invite comments from other board members on this. So you're not asking to secede from Plus. You're essentially asking to have the HTC within Plus be autonomous with its own staff. And we had, I think, already discussed this idea about staffing. So staffing is officially up to Plus administration. Okay.
No. No,
Currently it is.
no, I hope,
As of right now, this board is not responsible for hiring staff.
right, but in the thing of what the town does, oh God, or has done, or it's Article 4, I believe, it says that the staffing of this committee is under the auspices of the Board of Selectmen. It says here.
Oh, okay, all right. So I stand corrected. It's not through Plus, it's actually the select board.
Well, you're both right. It is under the town charter through the town manager.
Right,
And that's been delegated by contractual relationship, which we're not involved with, to Planning and Land Use Services under the Director of Planning and Land Use Services.
Thank you for the
but
clarification.
if the only person who can change that is Libby, and if we have asked for us to be the people that are involved in choosing who should run for our committee, it would be better than having it done by Plus, because then we end up in the same problem that we have now. So I have gone into the thing and how it goes up, but the town charter, this is the charter, and nobody can change it,
Okay,
has specified that the HTC is a town board whose staff is managed by the town manager. The town manager has made her own decision to organize all planning and land use for hooty all together as Plus and hire Andrew Vorse as the direct, and hired Andrew Vorse as director of Plus. Diane's warrant me doesn't change this. However, the HDC can and should advocate to the director of Plus, the town manager, and if necessary, the public regarding the needs. So it's something that can be, but it's basically, if you go to the town charter and go back, Livy is it. Livy can say, you may designate who you want, or you may be part of picking who you want. She doesn't walk away and leave it all with Andrew Vorse, who is indeed the head of Plus, but it doesn't say he's to pick out.
oh, gotcha, right. Libby is the ultimate
Yes,
say.
right.
So, I'm going to take us back several months to when we were having the discussion about the advisory boards, and the provision, there were 2 avenues to take, a long-term avenue and a short-term avenue. The short-term avenue was, okay, so right at the moment, town council is telling us that we as a board can't constitute the advisory boards. The select board, however, is able to do so. So we basically went to the select board and said, okay, so if you guys would approve this, we would like to have a say in who gets appointed to the advisory boards. And I think, again, I'm seeing the same sort of long-term versus short-term solution. I don't think just because we don't have an official say in staffing, that's not to say that we're being completely excluded. And right at the moment, we could say it would be really great if you guys could include us in that process in the same way that the advisory board thing went for the short term until something major is changed.
But what would be wrong to have it designated that we get to pick with the town management, our board?
You mean officially?
Officially.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it if verbiage is changed to allow us to do that.
Right, well, that's what my citizens warrant involves. They sort of work together, but all of it is to get the HDC to say who runs it, who is our advisor, who is our administrator. And we have a pretty good knowledge of somebody who is architecturally educated and who is not. We wouldn't just pick somebody who may be, or whatever. They would have to come with some criteria as what they can do. This is what, we're an important board, and it's important that we remain so. And I think whatever we can do to back up what we need to remain that is what we should try for. If it gets turned down at town meeting or whatever, then we'll try it another way. But we have to try. I believe we have to try. And I don't know if you remember, I don't remember whether you were there, when we used to have meetings in the laundromat.
Well,
No.
the previous laundromat.
The
was
37
It was
wa-
upstairs.
37
Oh,
Washington.
And we met downstairs.
Yeah, we met
Well,
downstairs.
it was downstairs.
And
Yeah,
we
yeah.
had an office there, walked in, it was just HDC stuff.
That
And
is,
we went down,
yes.
and the room was always full to the extent that the whole hallway going up to the room was full. And it was very good. And
I
our
remember it well.
advisors, our staff was there. And that's what I would like it to come to, without raising a bunch of hair on their necks about getting out of Plus. We use the building, we do all that, we'll work with them. We need to be a team. We need to be a team with other boards, not thumb our nose at them or they to us, if we're going to work with the island. And I think this is the way. I've been around for some length of time, and I've seen a lot of administrators come and go.
Yeah.
And I think that to get an administrator that will work with us and that we can work with and carry our thoughts. And if they don't like our thoughts, they will say, hey, that's stupid, do it this way. At least there's a discussion going on. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Okay, which I appreciate. So I don't think that there's anyone at this table that would dispute the idea that we should have some sort of a seat at the table in terms of the hiring of staff. Nobody would dispute that. How big that chair
do.
is.
Absolutely.
Really? You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, the other thing I was going to say after I said that was, but I don't personally have the time or the resources to be interviewing people and managing people. That, like, I can't do that. And I'm not sure that anybody at the table can.
No.
In other
I
words,
don't think
some
we have
other entity has to be watching out,
there, but
doing
the
the day-to-day
entities should
stuff.
have some connect. connection with us. Everybody doesn't have to go and interview any more than everybody seems to okay the different applications on the board. But if they say, well, we have Libby and we have Matt Fee and we have somebody who has who has a history and education in the field and wants to contribute their time, they'll listen. They do it in every other board. And there's no reason why we should walk away and not do it. If we want to protect our board, then we have to have somebody who's going to protect it. If you don't have time to do it, then you don't. That's fine. But we count on other members of our board to do stuff now.
Well-
So wouldn't this fit right along with
There's way more, I gotta speak up here.
Yep.
There is way more involved with this. Frankly, I think that we're arsing it into a 15-minute discussion, which is unbecoming the importance of the discussion.
we are going to discuss
Diane,
it.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
I
I
am
was
finishing.
talking.
No,
I
no,
was-
you weren't.
Hey, Diane, just hang on 1 second.
You weren't.
You'll go next. Hang on.
You weren't.
Go
Ray
ahead,
was
Stephen.
speaking.
Go ahead. Stephen,
We are squeezing this into a 10 or 15-minute discussion. We're talking about things that are outside of our body of knowledge. I don't know how many hundreds of people you've managed, Diane, but I've managed hundreds of people.
1,500 people.
hang on. Let's
done that many?
not
Yeah.
go that way.
Where?
No, she's over there shaking her head, and I don't need a co-signer. Please,
No,
Abby.
But don't,
Abby,
but don't
please,
say things
please,
like that.
please.
Can we keep it
I don't need
Yeah,
you-
keep it.
I'm keeping it factual. We're talking about, we're talking over and around topics that many of us have no understanding of. First of all, this is a position that will have a contract. Even under that one particular topic, we could have a half an hour or more discussion, all resulting in the outcome that the HDC, as with any other board or commission on the island, has no control over who gets hired in a contract. They work for the town. I mean, this is just one little sliver of the discussion. And the reason I'm a little animated about it is because it's incredibly frustrating, just as it is with the boards, when you have someone who has organizational expertise, who advised on how to put those together with a packet of information to present to the select board so that that issue could be resolved. Never happened. So we're still talking about it. It's what, 7 months later? This is why getting into this topic the way we are, I think,
You
is
meant the advisory
ill-advised.
boards.
The advisory
You meant
boards. What did I
the-
say?
You just said the boards, but I
Oh,
assume
the
you meant
advisory groups, wherever they are.
Yeah.
The idea that we are, talking about this like it's some simple matter, it's just, it kind of blows my mind.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
adverse, don't get me wrong, I'm not adverse to considering solutions. But
long as
for
they're
instance,
yours.
what makes us think that the select board are going to be involved in hiring? Diane, you just said Matt Fee has experience, that the select board would be involved in hiring for the HDC administrator. Absolutely zero. That's not part of the town charter. The town manager determines the hiring process for that department. And for the departments that the town manager has direct control over, as do the departments for the individual employees who they have direct control over. The idea that the HDC would sit there and select individuals when we may not have direct experience hiring people, determining their qualifications, we don't have clear criteria established, thresholds for experience, and so on and so forth. These are all like just tiny little bits of a big package of questions. I just think it's ill-advised to be approaching it this way.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, your turn.
This is the beginning. You have to start somewhere. I think if you had a little more open view of looking and trying to help a problem rather
Point
than.
of order.
I am
Point of
speaking.
order. No, she's telling me that I don't have an open view. And if
Okay,
we're going to
all
stand
right.
up and defend one another's
okay,
member, I
all right.
wish we would be fair.
Can we just not do the personal attack thing? I would really appreciate that.
We did Robert's rules and everybody said what they thought around the board, because maybe everybody has a.
Yeah, instead of going back and forth.
Okay, anybody else on this one? I have one. So I think it's a fait accompli. The warrant article has been posted or is about to be posted. It's a citizen-sponsored warrant article as opposed to our warrant article. And it's going to be the will of the people. I mean, this is all going to a vote at town meeting. So, we are, how many registered voters? 8 registered voters at the table right now. So, we can discuss this ad nauseum, and it's really at the end of the day going to be the vote that happens at town meeting.
All I was trying to do was to get people's ideas, say what ideas were out, say what the history of the 2016 was, or 19, no, it's not 1960, it's got to be 20. And so that we can think about it. We don't have to discuss it anymore because but somebody else might be interested in discussing it. Somebody else might
I mean,
be
anybody
willing,
else at the table
like
is
to
certain.
say something.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a conversation. It's not a finished thing. It's a conversation to get people's ideas, have them think about it, and see whether they want to see it working. Do they agree? Do we agree?
Okay.
Disagree? That's all I
Um,
try to do, and we don't do it. So
Fair
I have
enough.
tried this for 3 or 4 times, and that's what I put. It was a discussion. I said so.
Okay.
I'd like to speak again.
Can we allow for somebody
Yeah,
else
I'd
to
be happy to. I just want to let you know that
I
I'd like
think
to speak
that's
again.
kind of why we wanted to have what we were calling an executive session, so everybody could speak freely. But we're not allowed to do that, so,
Well, we're not allowed to do it for that particular thing. There are certain things that are allowed to be discussed under executive session, financial stuff, being one of them. But this particular item was not allowed to go under
No.
executive
Well,
session.
I thought we could do it, and I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm just going by what town council says.
Right.
Anything else, Val?
no, I don't understand all the bureaucratic BS that we have to contend with, so I'm not gonna speak to anything that might go out of those parameters.
Okay.
And I think that's our biggest problem.
Is what?
Not knowing those to the degree that we should know them, and
Do you
not
mean-
being able to say
Mhm.
things that have any merit
Do you
at the end of
mean
the
the
day.
bureaucratic stuff?
Yeah,
Give me an example,
well, we're
just so I
citizens,
understand.
we don't know all the logistics of hiring process and
Well,
shit that goes along with
uh,
everything to do with government.
I get you. I only know enough about it to know that it's something that as a person who ran for this position, that was not why I ran, to be like managing staff. Just personally.
And I don't think that's what
mean,
Diane's
like,
saying.
I really.
I really don't, but
Okay.
everybody
I
has their
don't.
ears closed, so
I don't
let's
think
just
that's
dump
what
it.
she's saying either. Yes.
Become adversarial, and it's not worth discussing with this
Okay.
group.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Anything?
I just, fairly, just simple question. Is the article appointing other boards, like the advisory boards, or is it hiring staff? Staff. An administrator.
Article 4 doesn't say anything about the advisory boards.
Okay.
Article 4 says that it is in the hands of the town manager, whoever she or he might be.
Yeah.
That is who does it. I would prefer not to hire off-island counselors to tell us who we should have. I do think, however, that everybody that sits on this board knows being that there are 4 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 6 that are architects, and they do know what is going on, or at least one hopes that they did. So I don't think we're a bunch of dummies. And over my long history, being that I'm older than most of you twice, is over the years I've been around, I have had experience, and I'm sure everybody else has had experience of talking to somebody, deciding whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, and being able to proceed with it. Otherwise, they're missing half their, they're not using half their abilities. So I don't think that we're dumb. I don't think we lack knowledge.
I actually don't think that that's what, and I don't want to belabor this conversation. I don't think that's why board members are not involved in the hiring process. It's not because they just assume that all the HCC members are going to be witless. I think it's because they're just separating those two things out.
No, I don't think that they meant to say that we were witless. I think that the person here on the board just said we were not capable of doing this. And a lot of us.
I'm not
Can
sure
we
that it's
please-
not capable because lack of intellect. I think it's not capable because you just don't have enough resources. And I only employ 9 other people. Well, I co-employed 9 other people,
There you
and
go.
it's a serious full-time job.
Of doing that.
And that's all day long, so I really, I don't know. Anybody else want to just opine on this
I can
before?
make a quick
Yeah, go ahead.
comment
Yeah.
that, let's see if I'm on.
I am in favor of Diane's article and, is that what it's called, article?
4.
Or, yeah, or
Right.
what,
Article 4 is what guides us.
no,
but
what, no, what
That's
you're,
the warrant,
the warrant, yeah.
Yeah.
Article 10.
Okay. all right.
Article 10 on the
Okay.
warrant.
Okay.
Full discussion.
All right.
All right, well, I meant her, anyway. So I'm in favor of it, and I appreciate our staff. I just worked with Esmeralda. I haven't done that before. I adore Holly, and I listen to your every word about the historical facts, and I listen to the advisory boards. And I really appreciate that because it gives a well-rounded picture of Nantucket and Wisconsin and places we don't always know exactly what's going on. But I was kind of surprised when we wrote that letter to the select board meeting, that the night that it went to the select board meeting, that then staff said they weren't in favor of reinstating the advisory board. So I was a bit shocked at that. And I'd like to be on, I would like to be on the same team, that we're working and we're wanting the same things. So that is why I am for Diane's warrant.
Because I think just seeing how the office works so hard, and there's still piles and piles of work. I don't think it's a matter that they don't want the advisory work. I think they just don't want the work that it takes to.
I think that they said that, yeah.
Right, yeah, right, so,
So we need more people.
so, exactly, like Diane's article is a little specific. To me, it's more, this is what I see, it's more they need help. And specific, maybe one specific person to just do HDC stuff that is not getting done, because we are in overwhelming times that have never been before. These guys
Clearly.
work their butts off.
Oh, nobody's saying they don't.
Nobody's saying they're
They
not.
just need another body to.
Well, I would,
Could she just
Yeah.
finish,
That's
please?
simple, that's all.
well, I just wanted to answer, because she asked me a question, if it's okay, that we were asking for an architectural head, but that didn't mean that they, male or female, was supposed to be the only one. That's only one of a staff we had. In the old days, we had 4 people in the staff that just did HDC. I have no thought of making the thing smaller. All I wanted was an administrator who knew about architecture, then he could lead his staff to fill in, but we need at least 4 people. Absolutely.
Okay,
It could-
stop.
It could be Holly.
Excuse me,
Uh,
Mr. Poe,
Yes,
could you be sure that everybody's microphone is on and they are using it? I couldn't hear Carrie, sorry.
oh, Carrie, you on?
Am I now?
Oh, shoot.
In a
Okay,
nutshell.
well, listen, I want
anything to-
Carrie, are you, have
Okay,
you
how to
finished?
get rid of that?
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Stephen, did you want to conclude? Did you want to say something? You were going to say
Yeah.
something a moment ago.
I'll let you say something.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As your staff liaison, preservation planner for the town, and you know all, I got to see everybody's resume when we submitted to become a certified local government. I saw everybody's resume from the Historical Commission. You all didn't have the privilege of knowing my background. I have a double bachelor's degree in historic preservation and art and architectural history from Roger Williams University. I have a graduate certificate from the University of Florida's Preservation Institute, Nantucket. I don't have a full architecture background, bachelor's, but I'm going to say something that I mentioned when this conversation was brought up to the other commission, that there is no unicorn. There is no magic one person that can fit and handle everything. Staff, all of us, we work really hard, as you all have mentioned, but we work as a team, in a team effort. We all have our respective roles and strengths and provide as best job as possible. Now, will I sit here and say we have enough staff? Maybe not. But I can assure you that the Plus Department with the town of Nantucket works their butt off, and a lot of it has to do for this commission. So I will probably say more once this gets to the floor of town meeting, because I would be remiss if I didn't. But I felt like I needed to put myself out there, that I'm not just a staff. And I will also go on the record to say that I probably spend about 85% of my time for the HDC. I am not part-time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. I appreciate that. Anyone else? Because I think we can move on. I appreciate everything that was said. Sorry for the hostility.
No, I have one last comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that's where we're falling apart here, is that it's us or them, and that's not the case at all. I think what's being said by and large, whether it's in proper methodology or not, is we think we need more. We think we need more. And
More
staff, and everybody appreciates Holly. We look to you for all kinds of information. We know you have the background. I guess where we're going is some of us who were here in the dark ages had an office that ran differently, and it was just dedicated to HDC, and there didn't seem to be the animosity that is created by the Plus Department, spreading everything out between a bunch of different entities. So that's it. Everybody likes our staff. We love our staff. You guys do a great job. We need more.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you taking any public comment?
I'd rather not,
I'd
Esme.
really like to.
In fact, I'm definitely not. Thanks.
I just want to add that when they keep saying more staff, there's already 6 admins and 2 land use specialists and 1 preservation planner already doing all of HDC.
Okay.
Yes.
All
So
right.
that's like a lot, and we
Well,
still
could I-
can't catch up.
Could I add something to that?
Just a little,
That-
yeah.
Okay, just that,
I've
We
been
are-
waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Abby,
Abby.
go
I'm just going to say.
No, go ahead,
just
go
a
ahead.
quick thing. I just want to remind myself that we are probably the most important commission on this island. So if we need 6 staff members, if we need a staff head, if we need Holly to be our staff head, that's what we need.
Okay, good. Stephen? And Stephen's going to get the last word here. I'd like to move on to our regular business. Go ahead, Stephen.
I think, for me, the fact that I've got Diane mumbling under her breath.
Oh,
about me
Stephen,
over
don't
there
do that.
is
Don't
problematic.
do
No,
that.
this
Don't
goes
do
to a
that.
point.
Come
This
on.
goes to a point.
Oh,
Val made a good point here, that this is a topic of for or against or animosity or however she phrased it. For me as an individual who has organizational expertise to try and contribute and be vilified by someone because as opposed to opening their ears and listening to what I'm trying to accomplish is very disturbing, and I resent it, number one. Number two, it's unbecoming a commissioner to not be listening. I sat here, I've listened to what's been said, I've read everything that's been provided. I have an opinion on it. It's, I believe, worth being heard. If we're going to talk about being a team and working together, it's a two-way street, and both sides need to open their ears. And you may find out that people aren't actually going in the other direction. They're just trying to do a better job of it because they have experience doing that. The normal process for this type of a thing would be for a board member to approach the membership with an idea, not to lock in a concept, send it to town meeting, and put pressure on them. That's a social activism methodology. To then come here and sit down to want to discuss ideas is almost, I'm not going to say it's not genuine, but it's problematic. And these are the types of things that develop as a result. People feel like they're boxed in. The staff feel as though they're boxed out. It's really unfortunate. I think it was unnecessary. I think an idea session to try and discuss these type of topics would have been much more becoming. This one thing on this article is it presumes that an administrator that we would not be hiring who was not under plus would necessarily agree with what the elected officials believe. There is nothing to suggest that that's the case. On Holly's point that, and frankly, I wouldn't want an administrator who wasn't independently minded. So to say that they may disagree with us and write a letter to the select board or to the town manager who's their boss, a memo that disagrees with the HDC, we could be right in the same place. And to suggest that by having the position of the person that the administrator answers to shifted out of plus also holds no water. There's no reason to believe that because an administrator answers to the town manager, there would be any different than if they answered to the director of plus. The idea of a unicorn is, I think, very appropriate. And not only is it that there isn't a unicorn to do all these tasks, I don't know that I would want the person who is advising us on administratorship being the same person who's advising us on all the different aspects of structures in the historic districts and otherwise around the island. You're spreading that person out as a matter of their job description much too thinly. That there are other solutions, which I would appreciate. We actually had just a everybody calm down and open your ears discussion about where we could accomplish many of our goals without having to change everything in the short term. In the long term, anything's on the table. But in the short term, I think we are a board, a commission that needs to be getting its act together. And we can ask for assistance. And in closing, the thing is, this is a very drastic solution. Whereas I, as a member of this commission for, I think, 6.5, 7 years now, not once have we sat down and made a list of services we would like the town to provide to us and presented them to the director of planning. Not once. However, instead, we're going to town meeting. There will be, mark my words, a public campaign for this position. It will solve nothing. The town has, and if you've tried to employ people out there in the real world, you'll understand that there are positions that are vacant. The town has positions that have been open for more than a year, I believe. The town has had people who've moved to the community thinking that this would be this wonderful, romantic, even sentimental place to live because of all the history and the beauty and everything that it involves and the wonderful community we have. And in 3 or 4 years, they've left. And then what happens if we put all our eggs in one basket with a centralized administrator versus a distributed model of management? So there's a whole host of other comments I'd make, but I just wanted to get those on the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's,
With that, I really would like to close this discussion and move on to our regular business. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure this is not the end of this particular item. So staff, you want to give us, we're on to signs. Tell us, staff, about the signs.
This SAC met this morning, and per the recommendations, numbers 1 and 5 were approved with conditions.
Okay, that's 1 and 5.
1 and
Okay,
5.
so can I have a motion to approve signs 1 and 5 with sign advisory comments, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, can I have that motion?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye. Any opposed? Very good. Okay, what do we got now? 2?
And 2 through 4, 12 Main Street, they just straight up approval.
Straight up approval. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now we're on to consents. Stephen, ideally you would be chairing this because I've got 1 there on consent.
Okay, Carrie's out. I'll get it.
Carrie's out and I'm out. Yeah.
All right, so the board will be Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Jesse. Motion to approve consents.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There being no nays, carries unanimously. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. And our consent with conditions, it appears nobody needs to recuse from this, so it's the regular board. Motion?
this is the chimney,
Which one, Diane?
that's number 1.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
number 2 is the garage revisions,
And then flip.
and then.
Yeah, there's 6 items on consent with conditions.
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't see those.
It's okay.
Down.
Motion to approve as noted by staff.
Are you good with that, Diane?
Yeah.
Or Joe? Okay, so all those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve consent with conditions, say aye. Any opposed? Very good, that passes. Okay, now we're on to old business. First item of which is James's project over at 7A Sherburne. We have 1, 2, 3, all 4 or 5 members here. James, are you on Zoom?
I'm here. How are you
Yes.
doing? Can you hear me?
Good. How you doing? Okay, let's get my thing open here.
Would you like me to drive, or do you guys want to?
What's that? What did you say,
Would you like?
James?
Would you like me to drive, Ray?
Yeah, go ahead. That's our policy. And frankly,
All digital.
I believe all of us are going to be following on our little
Understood.
clipboards, or whatever these things are called.
I was trying to make sure the last time I tried, my
Full business 15.
internet was not that great. Can you guys see my screen now?
There should be something, 7A Sherburne.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, James, why don't,
Street?
oh. I lost my thing. Oh, shoot. Come on.
Yeah, always go to feet where it's.
No, I got that, but it just like blinked out.
I know, go to see, yeah, there.
Yeah. Let's see, watch this. Let's see if it does it again.
It's sort of out of place.
Shoot. Yeah, it's out of place, but watch. Okay, I had this and I was scrolling and it just went
Yeah, maybe you can't open it
too quickly.
Maybe keep your fingers on it.
James, hit it.
Still here. All right. Just to give you a quick recap of where we're at, we were submitted back in May and we've gone through several revisions, reducing a lot of massing, making a lot of changes, and I hope we've satisfied everybody this evening. I'll give you a quick recap of where we came from and where we're at today. So this is 7A Sherburne Turnpike, which is a subdivided property next to the previous Glance property. We have had a lot of back and forth about the location of the garage, which we've made great reductions to over the last 7 months, plus or minus. And the last comments that were made were distinctly more minor than the previous comments, but we believe we've addressed them. So just to reorient you to location, because it's always, we're taking big breaks in between seeing things and just want to refresh everybody's memory. So we are in between the previous Glance property, and this is an older site plan. We have a new site plan that's been submitted, but it's trailing behind right now. So south side of the street is Sherburne Turnpike and was the front facing portion of the building. I'll go to the front elevation and walk you through the bulk of the changes that were made. What you can see on the screen right now, the upper image is the new street elevation. The lower image was the previous. The bulk of general changes that were made, one major comment was that all the windows were too small and out of scale. We agree. We updated all the window sizes to be larger and more in better proportion with the entirety of the building. We've also enhanced screening per landscape. You'll see that later on down the line. We've taken the front door and simplified it to a solid panel door with side lights. Before it was more of a farmhouse door. You can see down here with glass, we've removed that. Another major change that we've made was we've reduced the portion of the garage as per Ray's comments. You can see here, I'm moving to the west elevation. The west elevation here, everyone thought that this portion was still a bit too large. So what we did was we fully cut this back, keeping this portion as a single story, reducing this dormer to a single dormer here, and pulling this back off the street so we step even more further back progressively off the street. One of the other comments that were made, and you can see it here, was that the balconies were not entirely too desirable. So on the north side, and the north side, just as a reminder, can only be seen from Sherburne Way, which is not fully traveled or not completely accessible to the public. We removed these balconies here. These have been removed and just turned into a more symmetrical window pattern. And we have proposed a pergola at this time. This entire portion will be entirely screened to hide pool and other elements as well. So a lot of this specifically on the first floor will not be seen. Maybe the only place that can see it is actually the property northward that Ray is most familiar with. On the eastern elevation, some of the changes were made were mostly window sizes and scales, that pergola we spoke to. And subsequently, another comment that I should have made about the front elevation, to further enhance the garage, what we've done is add additional windows to make it seem less like a garage. Typically, garages have big blank spaces like this. So we've added windows so it looks distinctly more pleasant and residential to the street side. So other than that, the bulk of the changes that were made, I believe we've addressed all of the comments that were made by the board in the previous session. And we look forward to hopefully your potential approval.
Okay, James, thanks a lot. Thorough review. Let's see, was this subject to your comments, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an infill dwelling within the historic summer subdivision of Sherburne Heights. 7 Sherburne is adjacent. This was subdivided off of that property, which is a circa 1920 colonial revival. And for the record, the way at the rear has a land court plan dated from 1937. As previously mentioned, the design with this infill should be consistent with the neighborhood's contributing vernacular. Appreciate the site plan being shown as a locus sits. That's very helpful. It would further the understanding of how 7A and 7 Sherburne will relate to each other with the driveway. We could see the two together. I understand they're two separate ownerships, two separate agents. However, again, right now there's a driveway that goes through the entire down the middle, and it would be helpful. The design of this dwelling is still boxy and modern. Appreciate the removal of the balconies on the north, much appreciated. The front door should not have side lights, and the French doors should not be a 6 light, very modern. That screening and landscaping, hardscape plan, I know that's pending in review, but that would be very, very helpful for these features that were, not going to be seen on the first floor for your review. HSAG did provide comments for your consideration. They said the only one comparable example of a garage being sited in front of the house. Don't let this unfortunate example open the doors for further inappropriate design. Building with Nantucket in mind clearly states that garages should be in back, and there is plenty of room for that to happen here. With the garage in back, the house can slide closer to the street, and the new garage location of Sherburne Way could help screen the pool from view. On a side note, I will notate that I believe the application has a whole bunch of examples within the North Shore area that do have garage front. Keeping the garage in front detracts from the front facade and creates parking lot where the yard should be. It's easy to imagine how much this design can be improved by relocating the garage to the back. Would you be rather looking at parked cars in modern garage or nicely landscaped front? Their last comment, and I agree 100%, is the previous concerns were not addressed, such as meeting rails, front window alignment, and the 6 light French doors. And I would concur. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Holly. Who would like to start? I'm going to pick someone.
I can go.
Thank you, Abby, please.
Well, so I sort of agree with the HSAB in that about the garage. And I'm not sure that the 3 windows facing the road, making it more of a part of the home, is helping, because just the 2 windows made it quieter. And I'm worried. So when I've seen garages in front of the main buildings, I've always thought, isn't that a shame that you can't see the whole thing? So I'm in favor of somehow separating it or somehow making it even smaller than it is now. I think when, I don't know, hope it wasn't me, somebody said, make the windows larger. I'm not sure about the second floor windows, if those didn't get too large and make it a little top heavy, but I'd be interested to see what my other board members have to say about the size of the windows in the dormer on the front facade. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
The connector to the garage needs to be subordinate to the garage. The windows, I think, along Abby's point, is kind of hit or miss, maybe just a little smidge smaller. No other comments?
The connector being the piece that immediately touches the garage?
Yeah.
Subordinate as in you won't be able to see that.
Yeah, there needs to be differentiation between the garage and the house, either separating it wholly or making that a subordinate connector.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Stephen. Who's next? We're down to Diane and Jesse right now, and myself.
Well, I'll go. I then,
That would be great, Diane. Thanks.
from the size of the site plan, there seems to be quite a lot of room on this lot. I would prefer to see the garage somewhere else than in the front. And I was wondering, there doesn't seem to be any kind of one-story addition to it at all. It's all a big box, almost a square, and I would like to see it broken down a little bit. Some of the houses up on the turnpike have got all sorts of things that are around them that are smaller. And this one just sits as sort of a big building in the front, and everything is attached to it. So I would really like to see it broken down some. I appreciate the decks being gone, but it's up on a fairly not historic street, but a street that's been covered by different houses, but all in the same sort of architectural picture. And I would like to see this brought into that a little bit more.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Diane. Jesse Dutra, you're up.
I mean, yeah, there's one thing that this may be atypical because I don't know, I can't visualize it, and may have never seen this before. But when I look at the side elevation, west, that looks closer to the front of the house than the south, to me, in a way, because of that gable facing forward on the garage. Would it be awkward to have the garage facing gable forward, and then have the garage, but still have the garage doors on the west elevation?
Oh, have the garage doors on the eave side.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Because, I mean, when I look at that west proposed elevation, that gable forward, if I put that gable forward to where it is now, of course, it's going to be wider because the garage would need to be longer, but it may work. I don't know. Yeah.
Can I just point to that? It's basically going to be kind of what you see behind it right now, Jesse, I think based upon what you're suggesting, potentially.
You mean it would just be one long L?
It would.
Uninterrupted L.
Yeah, and it's not, look, we're perfectly willing to rotate that or remove the flexible space that is between the garage and those spaces if it makes things satisfactory. We've had discussions about the massing of the building for several months now, and we've discussed that having the garage in the front, and there's a lot of examples of it, which we've shown before and discussed before.
Hey, James, I'm going to get to
heading
that
way.
in my thing.
I'll be
I'm gonna
quiet
get to
then.
that.
But keep going.
Okay, Jesse, anything more from you?
No, that's it.
Okay, so first thing, credit where credit is due. I think the enlargement of the windows has helped a lot. My philosophy on this has always been that the larger the architectural features, the smaller the perceived size of the building comes. If we compare the south elevation as proposed versus the south elevation before, I feel like that the top version of it is better scale because there's less wall and more window. The only other, thanks for removing those decks in the back. And now I did a little mental journey starting further east here. I went from the intersection of Cabot Lane to where it doglegs onto Grant Avenue. And if we start at that corner house, which is far to the east of this, and we go down Grant Avenue to the west, all the way around Indian Avenue onto Sherburne Turnpike, every single house on the north side of that street has a garage in the front. So,
Is it attached?
not necessarily. So, but just, this is not an odd precedent in my mind, having the garage in the front. The interesting thing is a lot of those houses don't have the option of having the garage in the back because there's a bluff there. But, interestingly, there used to be a road down on Grant Avenue that ran to the north of Grant Avenue a long, long time ago. I've seen old pictures. So those are the few comments that I have, but I would be interested in maybe seeing the garage turned gable forward as proposed by Jesse. What are we going to do with this one, folks?
Can I make a suggestion?
Briefly,
Or-
yes.
Okay. I can remove this entirety of this mass here and any sort of habitable space and turn this gable forward if it allows us the opportunity to potentially proceed. I think what it will do is it will add a nice change to the massing, and will also suggest what Stephen did, which was to break these two elements apart from one another, which is what we've been trying to do for several months. And in addition to that, I will remove the front door side lights to address those comments. And I'd really appreciate the opportunity to potentially have this approved via staff, because it's frankly taking a ton of time.
That is every applicant's desire.
And I understand.
You're not
But I'm
alone.
saying- No,
But
I guess what I'm
okay,
suggesting is I want to
thanks
make
for those
concessions.
concessions. Let's just see let's see what the board has to say about that, and I'll be looking for a motion of some kind.
I have no concerns with that approach. I'll make the motion,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if I fully understood James's concept, other than he's going to keep that. Yeah, and then
rotate that, like you suggested.
right,
So
and
one
then so it's gable
simple-
forward, and
one
then but when you're
simple-
looking at it, you're looking basically at one
Gable.
gable.
And the doors stay on the west.
Correct.
Well,
Garage
hey,
doors.
just to be
Yeah.
clear on this, James, because this is a little bit of a leap here. This isn't as simple as just saying remove one dormer and through staff. So we're turning the garage 90 degrees, but we're keeping the garage doors facing to the west, A.
Correct.
B, to Stephen's point, we're dropping down that sort of intermediate piece that connects the garage back to the house.
I think he said it's
Correct.
Eliminate. So therefore, somebody mentioned the dormers at the table here. The dormers would by default disappear, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
I would essentially remove this mass right here. It would come down to a point that it would become
The second
inhabitable.
floor portion of the mast, the first floor,
Correct.
of course, you would leave.
That's correct.
Right. Okay, got it. And the removal of the side lights, I don't remember that as being a concern, but why not?
That was an HSAG comment. I don't want to get rid of it.
Well, I don't remember any of the board members saying anything about that. So let's see. It sounds like somebody might be willing to make a motion now that we've clarified.
I was, but
wanted to
I
be
needed
clear
some
on
clarification. Thank you, Ray. So my motion is basically what Ray just said.
Okay. All right. So, okay. And just by the way, so staff, when this comes in, I would be happy to review just to make sure that it's consistent with what we all at the table agree is the motion. Okay, so Jesse has made the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go, James. That was the Hail Mary pass.
Thank you very much, guys. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
thanks. Okay. All right, Matthew. Is Matthew in the room? Oh, this is a Stephen.
All right, welcome, Matthew. Before we get started, I want to get a clarification through staff. In the packet, there is a revised dated 1/10/23 and then one new mixed-use structure, and they appear to be the same.
I believe so. The 1/10/23 I received yesterday from Matt's office.
Okay, let's.
If
go
I
to
could
Matt
just
then.
explain, Mr. Chair, thank you. So we had submitted the revised plans shortly after the previous hearing. In looking at the actual floor-to-floor heights, I realized that we actually had a bit of a headroom issue on the second floor. And so we submitted a slightly revised set with the hopes that we could look at it just so it didn't cause any confusion. But basically, one of the comments that the board had was to try to take about a foot out of the overall height. When we did that, we dropped the second floor height to basically 7 feet, which is just not workable nobody caught it until I was reviewing the drawings. And so we did revise the drawings by raising the second floor ceiling height. So instead of dropping the height by 1'4", we dropped it by 9 inches because it was the bare minimum to meet the code. So that's the difference between the drawings.
Okay, and then has anyone not had an opportunity to review? Anyone who's reviewed, have you not reviewed the most recent drawings?
I don't know. I've seen this in most people.
Are you okay with proceeding with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Matt, so you got 2 minutes, and then we'll ask you questions, and then we'll see if there's anyone from the public, and then we'll comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So south elevation is probably the most predominant. So we dropped the heights, first floor, second floor, as much as possible. I just gave you that background in terms of we kind of overcompensated. So we've got the bare minimum on the second floor at 7'6". But we did drop the height below 30 feet as requested. So we're at 29 feet. The overall height from grade to ridge is 29 feet. We also set the dormers back, the third floor dormers, we set them back by an additional 6 inches, which you can see in the south elevation. We also changed the roof pitch to it's a 3.75. It's not a 4. The reason we did the 3.75 is we didn't want the dormer roof to terminate exactly at the ridge height. So there is a little bit of a break between the ridge and the shed dormers. We also adjusted the size of the second floor windows. Also first floor, all the doors and windows on the first floor had to be reduced to account for the reduced ceiling height. So across the board, first, second, and third floor, we are at the bare minimums in terms of allowable heights by code. So those are the primary changes on the south. On the west elevation, again, windows and doors were reduced, changed, the overall height of the building dropped. You can see that 6-inch dormer, shed dormer face being pushed back in towards the ridge, I think was very successful and a great suggestion. Definitely causes us some issues, third floor interior, but we can navigate those, we feel. Going on to the next elevation. Actually, I'd probably go to the east elevation, which is 2 sheets down. So the other big concession here was removing that third floor access and Juliet balcony. So we've reduced that dramatically or eliminated it completely. Also reduced the overall width of the shed dormer, pulling it as far back as we could off the 2 gable ends, and again, pushed the face of it further back into that roof plane. The first and second floor doors and windows are all clouded again because we reduced the overall height to account for the minimum ceiling height. As you recall as well, we've gone through a number of iterations. There was some discussion about, brick first floor or not. I think that the consensus of the board was to stick with the shingle. So with that, again, the structure is 29 feet, a full foot under the 30. And again, I know that there's floodplain discussion, but we've really worked hard to make this as small as possible. I think it's successful. I think it'll fit in nicely. I hope the board feels the same way. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And just to establish, Matt, your board is myself, Diane, Val, and Carrie. I will also point out, your minutes didn't transfer, they're masked. So the box is filled instead of showing the text.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
And I think that might work against you because I felt like we'll see what happens. At this point, are there questions on anyone has questions on what Matt presented? None? Okay. Is there anyone from the public? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing lot within the old historic district with the adjacent structure, circa 1940s Harry Gordon garage. And again, appreciate the program of retaining that structure and building this one. This site has to comply with Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11 for new construction. We still need an elevation certificate. I did not see that in the file. Appreciate the reduction in height and pushing the dormers back and the removal of that Juliet balcony on the east. The west dormer should match the other dormer with 3 windows instead of 2, if possible. Previously, commissioners had asked for a simpler roof pitch. Appreciate no shutters, appreciate the shingles. The proposal is a different vernacular than I think we're quite used to. It's more reminiscent, I think, of like Newport, not necessarily Ack. However, I do see some resemblance of the adjacent parcel more towards Broad Street, but overall appreciate the changes. Thanks, Matt.
You got it. And if I could, Mr. Chair, we did submit the flood elevation, but very, very early on, so it may not be, yeah.
Okay. Who'd like to comment?
I'll go.
Go.
I appreciate the changes you did make. I think the dormer changes it helps so much. I'm getting bogged down in the pent roof over the garage doors and then the overhanging piece on the second floor. And for me, it's sort of one or the other, because it's just a little fussy and a little decorative, and I think it brings you to Newport and sort of gingerbready kind of houses, buildings. And I think maybe if you got rid of the front pent roof, the other piece wouldn't stand out so much, because I think the two sort of play
Do
up
that.
to each other. That's it. I appreciate all the things you did, though.
Thanks, Carrie. Val or Diane?
I think I'm on this too.
No.
Yeah, you mullened in, I think.
Oh, you mullened in?
Yeah.
Abby, would you like to go?
Sure. So I was listening to Carrie's comments, and I'm trying to think if I agree. I kind of think the pent roof over those, sort of doors may be weighting it down and not letting that rocket ship take off. But I appreciate the changes, the moving of the dormers going back into the roof and eliminating that Juliet balcony. I think it is an anomaly down there. But I think I'm okay. So thank you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Abby, Diane?
I appreciate the changes that have been made. I think the little pent roof has got to be removed. Did you say you dropped down anything so it's a little bit lower?
I did. It's, I think my eyes are failing me in my older age, but I believe it's at 29 feet at this point. So we did drop it. Originally, I think the original submission was closer to 32, given the
Yeah,
floodplain.
32, I remember that.
So we're under 30.
I don't know. I still would like it to be brought down. I think it's still taller than existing buildings down there, but that's just my thought. And I hadn't seen this particular picture any before. Where'd it go? Not the north. The west is the one that goes out onto the street, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the south faces the street, but
So west faces of what?
the west faces the adjacent building.
Okay.
There is a bit of a gap between the two buildings, so I do think that you would see this. I'd say you probably see this as much as.
Right, but it just struck me seeing this particular picture you have with everything, that 4 windows on the second floor look like a lot. 3 windows, I think, but if you can't see it, it is not to be addressed. So
Could go to 3.
I think you've done a lot of work on it, and I think that it's good. It's just, I wish it could come down to like 28, but I guess you brought it down as far as possible.
I did try.
Thank you.
Val?
For me, it's still the roof pitch. It's just so different from everything else that's there. And I think it's moving us toward a different direction in town, but I do appreciate the changes he's made. It's just not relating to what's around it for me. And I've been consistent about that.
Okay, thank you, Val. Matt, I agree with Carrie's comments. I think the pent roof. And then can we go to the, I appreciate the changes, by the way. Can we go to the building section facing south?
That's the garage.
Oh, the section?
I think it's a couple sheets down.
And so Matt, I think, nope, go back up. There you go. It looks to me like you got, I'm not sure what's going on here. Structurally, it's not a requirement, but you've got this extra layer of floor joist system on your second floor. And if you were to remove that, this is probably a 2x8. You have to beef that up to 2x10. But you could drop, 6, probably the better part of 9 inches right there and not change anything. I would like to see that happen, and then I'd like to see it taken up to the roof pitch so that it goes closer to a 412. And I think that would be passable.
If I
Unless I'm
could,
missing something.
so if I could, so the construction methodology is, believe it or not, modular. And so that it's a modular process. And so we actually work pretty closely with them to minimize that ceiling system of the second floor to a bare minimum. I think that's like a 2x6, believe it or not. So that's kind of one of the things we've been, fighting with, but it is their preferred method of construction. And so we've worked really hard to achieve that.
Yikes.
Can I ask a question about the overhanging cantilevered second floor?
Sure.
Is there a reason why you can't bring it to the ground and help sort of mitigate the lock of shift?
There's a parking space next to it.
Oh.
So that's why we've got a 9-foot wide aisle width. And for what it's worth, in terms of the style of it, there is, I would submit to you is like this vernacular does exist in this area along the wharf and certain other spaces. And also that there are a number of other structures along Easy Street that are in excess of 30 feet, closer to 32, et cetera, et cetera. And you've also got the Dreamland next door, which is, I think, in excess of 40 feet. But we can definitely remove the pent roof. If I needed to, Stephen, I could drop the plate of the dormers to get you the 4. And if Diane prefers 3 windows on the west, I could do that as well.
What was the last comment? I'm sorry.
Diane had made a comment about going from 4 windows to 3 on the west elevation, second floor. I could drop that to 3.
Okay. So Matt, I appreciate it. Just in terms of the style, I personally don't disagree with you. I just think a simplification, given the kind of narrow nature of the structure and tall, narrow and tall, is helpful. I think that it would be appropriate to include a condition that if this is stick built, that you drop it another 9 inches. And for some reason, if that were to happen. And then we have a couple of different things floating around. One is to remove the pent roof over the garage doors. The other is to go to a 4 to 3 on the west second floor. The third is to drop the dormer plate heights to try and get a 412. Last but not least, we have some language that we approved a while ago. The rule is flood resistant portion of approval is wet proofing type. It's a flood elevation certificate, licensed surveyor stamp certification to indicate that for this property, the maximum floor structure height is X, which height is no higher than the minimum 780 CMR required design flood elevation for the property based on the flood zone, a submission of the fermet. So is there someone who'd like to make that motion?
I wanted the main pitch to drop.
The main pitch
That
to
was
drop.
my point.
If I failed
Can I
to,
ask you a question too? Before we go?
Okay, go ahead.
On that roof thing that you were talking about up there,
Mhm.
what was he saying? He can't remove it, or I couldn't understand what he meant.
Oh, so this, Diane, is because it's a modular, it's gonna come in a box, and the third floor is gonna come in a box. So I had asked him to remove this,
Yeah,
beef that up. Because it's modular, he can't remove it because they won't be able to ship it without a floor. So the accommodation he's proposing is to change can you scroll down a little bit? My arms. To change this plate height to drop this roof pitch to a typical 4 and 12.
right.
It doesn't address Val's concern for the main roof.
If I could, Mr. Chair, through you, and I forgot to mention this, Val, but we did actually drop the pitch. It's an 11 pitch. But
Yeah,
we did change
you
it.
did that last time, I think, right?
I
It's still just so steep compared to what
answer?
else is there, and for me, it's not the overall height, because you're right, there's big, tall buildings. It's just very different.
Okay. What's the sense? Do we want to move forward on this?
I think I'm the only one that's okay with it, so I don't think it's
I'd
gonna
like-
fly.
Carrie,
Well,
where are you?
I agree with Val, but I think that Matt has done sort of everything he can do on this tiny little site. And along with Diane's window comments and the pent roof, I would be okay with it.
All right, so will you make a motion to drop the top plates to the dormers to make a 412 pitch on those roofs, go from 4 to 3 windows on the west second floor, remove the pent roof over the garage doors, and incorporate our flood-resistant portion of approvals, wet-proofing type language.
And the 3 windows.
Yep, I got that.
Oh, good.
Yes, so moved. Now we got to write that down.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. I can do it after. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that's 4 to 1.
Thank you
Here
very
you go,
much. Appreciate it.
Taking the pen roof off of the mistake.
No, it's too fast.
Okay, thanks,
Why would you
Stephen.
sticker bills?
Linda, you're up for Mariner Way.
Did you read that?
Go from 4 to 3 on the west, top plate on the dormer,
Yeah.
pent
So it's a
roof.
4 page, about the plate of the dormers to become a 4
Yeah.
and 12. I got
This
it.
is yours.
No pent roof.
That's done.
Where are we to
And then you might
Mariner
just
Way?
We're to Mariner Way, the main house, the dwelling.
Yeah.
Myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Regular board, yep. We all came back from vacation, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, a long one.
Is this the same thing that we're looking at here?
Oh, wait, what is this?
Yeah,
This
what,
is progress prints, not the full 100 pages. I want to make sure that we're going in the right direction, so it's what Holly and I looked at and changed for Holly's comments. If we're not going in the right direction, then we just keep going.
but I'm interested in knowing whether this is the same thing as.
I don't know what was that,
Could be.
Yeah,
Uh,
because we do have a rule on
yeah.
supplemental materials at the table.
because I had them sent out, I just don't know, I don't remember the fact.
Okay, can somebody?
Yeah, Holly, anybody can,
Speak to that.
yeah.
This is what I received on Friday.
And is it posted?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That solves a lot of problems.
Because I wasn't going to do another 100 pages of 24 by 36 if you didn't like this.
Oh, we deeply appreciate that we don't get another 100
All right,
pages.
but it is digital.
May I
Yeah.
interject? I just
Yes.
want to add that I did update the whole view pack today with all the new Mariner Way stuff.
Oh,
Yes.
this one.
Yes.
Okay, so then this.
So the
is-
pictures went out on Friday also, so you've got a lot of supporting documentation.
Okay, so we all got it. Linda,
So
tell us
we,
about Mariner Way.
we've been meeting with Holly, and Holly has given us lists that we addressed, and we addressed all of her concerns, and this is to Mariner, this is the one on the road. The pictures that were sent out to you on Friday are of everything in the neighborhood. The reason why this one is 31 feet, and I believe Paul Santos is up there on Zoom somewhere. He can speak to the floodplain. The houses at 1 and 3 Mariner were under the old FEMA requirements. Everything on this side have to be on the new FEMA requirements that were adopted probably 2 years ago now, that affected all of Brant Point and anything that's in the A zone, AE zone. And so this is the result. We went through everything with Holly, and I would defer to Holly to have her comments on this one.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Love that.
But this is the
Holly.
one that fronts on Union Street.
Yes. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we received a copy of, from Paul Santos, where he indicates it's AE zone 8. And the minimum first floor of the dwelling would be based on the codes established for 9, and this is for all 2, 4, and 6. Obviously, we want to have this to be reflected with the new parameters that Stephen was just mentioning that you all recently adopted. So we can email that information to Paul. So we received obviously neighborhood contact photos, which is very important, obviously. And we also received a rundown of the changes that were done. You also just have that in that folder that Esmeralda put up on the website of all the different changes. So my overall comments on Mariner. Sorry, I've got tons of papers over here. Thanks, Linda. All right, so my comments that I provided to Linda on 2 Mariner were that we needed obviously to have the trim reduced. That's been done. We need to have the previous elevations obviously included with that comparison. That's been included. I mentioned that I appreciate the removal of the dormers on the facade of the additive mass. The windows in the additive mass should all be the same size. That was just my recommendation. Appreciate the reduction in the size of the 1 foot of size B,
width.
1 foot off of the additive mass. Not too sure what my comment was on that one, but the additive massing is a lot better than that first change or
It's not a C shape
application.
anymore.
Thank you.
That's what you're looking for.
Yes, appreciate the reduction in the overall height. I did mention this. I understand FEMA. I understand that this is the largest or tallest one out of the 3. And as it goes down, you're dealing with wetlands closer to Washington Street, or excuse me, Washington Street. However, I did want to make a comment that we do have a roof walk on this. So, but again, neighborhood context photos. I know that Linda included some structures in the area. Appreciate the change in design and eliminating the C shape. And overall, the redesign is more appropriate in the massing, the main block with the additive additions as building with Nantucket in mind emphasizes for infill structure. I did make a comment that it would be nice to see a 1-story additive mass versus having a 1.5 to 2-story. But I'll leave that to the commission. Those are comments from me. You all did receive an email from the HSAG committee. I'm not going to read them into the record, Mr. Chair, because I know Linda will object. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Well, just because you know Linda would object doesn't mean that I will allow you to read those.
Okay.
I object on the record.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Because we don't get to present before them or do anything with them.
Yeah. Okay, so should we just save some time on that one? Okay. I think we can, we'll hold on that.
Mr. Chairman, just before you go, on these
Yes.
heights, on these various heights, the other 2 are lower than 30 feet from grade. Not only do we have to meet FEMA, but the actual volume of all 3 structures is under 30 feet. So barring let's say we could go from grade, the structure would be well under 30 feet, and so would the other 2 would be even more under 30 feet. So keep that in mind that volumetrically, they are not over 30 feet after you get rid of the FEMA.
Got it. I understand that. Yes. Okay. Okay, it's to the board now. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val Oliver.
So For me, it really doesn't have anything to do with the FEMA because this isn't a really high off the grade first floor. This building could be easily reduced in height by simply taking a foot out of the first floor, which is 9 feet, and lowering the roof pitch a little bit, just to mitigate its impact on the street. It's 5 feet narrower than 2, which is across the street. I just think it's a big face for right there, which is where everything sort of started to go to 1.5 stories. Now I know the newer buildings are all jacked up on account of the flood hysteria. So that's sort of changing things, but I think it could just come down a little bit more. It was reduced 1 foot in width, which is appreciated, but I think you could steal some more out of that. Okay, lower the roof pitch. I don't mind one of these buildings having a roof walk, but I think that not all of them need it. It seems to me overall, my opinions overall are, it's a lot of volume in a small area. And I think reducing all of these by a certain percentage would help the whole scenario. And none of them, this one especially, has any additive mass per se. It just has a wing that's like 1 story and a few inches less. So I think there's still a few more things you can do to calm it down. The style itself does fit in. It just needs to be more mindful of what's around it.
Very good. Thanks a lot, Val. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Great, thanks.
Because I agree with what Val has said. I also feel if you, in the area, you're putting how many houses in there? 6?
4.
4.
1 is a garage apartment, so really 3.
And it is overwhelming. It used to be a little area with little shanties, scallop opening sheds. And that's what's always been there. And the smallest house, I think it's probably about the smallest house in the old historic district, is the little house right next to the pond.
No, it's
And
not.
which gives a value as you drive around the corner and see you, look right at it. Spent years looking right at it.
I know.
I would like to see these softer houses that had some 1-story things to it and broken up a little bit. This is 30 some odd feet tall, which makes it, it's got to be amongst the tallest of the buildings down there. You don't start to get into, excuse me, tall buildings on Union Street until you get down past my house, Fayette Street, before that, or Meter Street. But before that, they're smaller and not quite so formal. And I don't know that if it's 30 feet and then you're putting a roof walk on top of it, I don't think that is necessary. It adds following height. And I think you want to, it's making a whole individual block of houses that is saying it's been there, but it hasn't been. Some of the houses are on the in the older historic district, and we should look at them that way. We shouldn't put a brand new building block like Spark Street on Union Street. I think we need to break it down more. That's what I have to say.
Okay, Diane, thank you so much. Let's see, who's next? Abby and Stephen.
Do you want to go, Stephen?
I'll go. I primarily agree with Vale's comments, and some of what Holly said with respect to one of the additions being knocked down in height. Even if it were 1 3/4 versus 2. And then I do want to see, I've driven by this, I drive by this all the time. but I would like to know the height of the Mariner Way house across the street.
Almost 29, both of them.
Well, I want to know it like definitively.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're not accurate, but I want to know the definitive at the next. I want to know it from the application that got approved.
Well, he's the one who did the survey.
I just want to know it from the application that got approved. So I have it for when we're back. And I think that
Okay.
I think that the roof walk here is problematic, not in that I think that it's a little too much with respect to height and then the roof walk. If the structure was a little less wide, it'd be a little shorter and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of mass here. And I think the roof walk is the cherry on top. That's one cherry too many. That's it.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Stephen.
Yeah, I agree with my co-board members. I drive by there a lot too, and most of the adjacent houses are, story and a half or smaller. And if this is going to be 30 feet, it's just going to stick out like a sore thumb. And so I would like to see it reduced in height. And I think the roof walk, it doesn't work because of that. And I would like to see more additive massing. This is a full-fledged federal style home, which is a fine design. I appreciate that, but it's not the design, it's where it is in the scale. It's all about scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. And just to be clear, some of the members have said, and at a height of 30 feet, it's actually 31 feet.
Yeah, I said that at the beginning.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. So agree with everything that's been said generally. Height plus roof walk. It would be great to get the height down, and sounds like there are some different options you have for doing that, certainly. And the only other really small thing that I'm going to add is I noticed that all these windows are 2.6 wide. I'd love to see them be 2.8 at a minimum because they seem very narrow in proportion. That's all I have to say. Okay, folks, what do you think?
Do I get to have a closing comment here?
Brief, yeah.
Some of the statements are actually incorrect. If you start at 1 Mariner and go down to the back entrance now to the yacht club, 56 Union, they are all 2-story structures and they all have 2-story additions, particularly the one at whatever the next one over is on Union Street. I'm so used to the Mariner addresses, but the next one over on Union Street, there are several pictures of it in there. Full 2-story rear addition, and no additive mass other than that. So if you look at the picture, I'm still talking, thank you. If you look at the pictures, everything on that side is 2-story, and they all have 2-story additions, every single one of them. So to say that they're 1.5 stories on that side is incorrect. There are, granted, 3 of those little cottages still left, those little fisherman cottages on the other side of Union still left. But the minute you get down towards York, what is that going up, York Street? Those are all 2-story federal houses with 2-story additions, including the one that Penn Austin did, and that little triangle. Those are both 2-story, full 2-story federals with roof walks.
Okay.
The other ones in Mariner have roof walks. So this neighborhood isn't what it was when I was a kid, but it is what it is now.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. And Stephen had one other last. Didn't you?
Just a quick comment on the west elevation. Can we go to the west elevation?
Is that the
That's
road
the front.
face?
The front.
The Union Street
Yep.
elevation.
Oh, okay. So Linda, the windows are spaced on the outermost windows from the inside of the corner board versus the edge of the house.
Yep.
And it's hard to pick it up, but it definitely looks odd.
It's pushing all the windows into the middle of the building.
Spread them out more?
Well, it needs to
Spread
be
them out
evenly.
more is a simple way of putting it, yes.
It needs to be
Yes.
evenly spaced. This is typical
Anyway,
from the
yeah.
edge of the house.
Got it.
It's primarily the front, but it's on all the elevations.
But most noticeable on the front.
On the front, both the primary structure and the secondary structure.
So
Okay.
basically related to the corner board.
Yeah, when you look at it, you'll see.
Spread
Yep.
a little further apart.
Yep.
Okay, so should we have a motion, or did you have something else, Diane?
Well, I just want to say, there's not, sorry,
Hmm,
I have dying of pneumonia here.
Don't do
All the
that.
streets, all the houses along the street, the house that Linda just mentioned, I think she said 53, that was done by that great girl who did that
Pam.
house over,
Penn Austin.
Penn, yeah.
That's an historic
was a
house.
federal house. My house was built before that house was built, and built by the same builder.
Hmm.
And she came to my house to see what was there and what was going on, and she took that back to her house. And I never heard my house being called a federal house before. Maybe it is. It was built in 1853, 3-bay.
That would be a federal.
Federal.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Motion to hold for those revisions.
Okay, there's some motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're going to move along to the hardscape of same.
Do it on this lot because of the shape. So what do we have next? We have the garage next or the,
We can't
probably the
review
house
the
next?
hardscape because it's the old plan with the C.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
why don't we have the hardscape
let's have a
track?
track, yeah. Can
Motion
that
to
be the
have
motion?
hardscape track.
Okay, the motion from Stephen is to have the hardscape track and certainly have the current building footprint placed on that. All those in favor of Stephen's motion? Say aye. Any opposed?
There's nothing
Okay,
cute with some of these hardscapes. They're driveways and walkways.
hang on. So now we're at 4 Mariners Way, the dwelling.
What about the garage?
That's
Well,
last.
dwelling should go first.
No,
According-
2 Mariner Garage, isn't that on the list?
No, there's no garage. It's just a house.
Oh, okay. It's in the packet.
Really?
No,
I-
there's no
I think
garage
it's
on
Oh,
two.
4.
Yeah.
You're right.
Are you doing the dwelling?
Yeah.
We're doing the dwelling first, yeah.
By the way, the pizza's here.
Oh, yeah, so given our time, so
Linda.
let's,
No, we've been on this a long time and we deserve to have a conversation about it.
yeah. Hey,
Well, no one's.
I'm not going to speed up because of it.
Jesse.
Is this,
I'm
you
gonna be
bring
done.
the pizza down
Yeah,
here.
we'll
Bring the
Just, we'll, yeah.
does it break?
Again, guys, are we
'Cause it's-
here now?
We're here, we're good, we're going.
Apparently not.
We're gonna, what?
Jesus.
No, Jesse's getting the pizza for us.
No, I know what Jesse's doing.
Okay. All right.
We,
Let's-
again, met with Holly on this one, and one of the sticking points all along, because of the weird shape of this lot, we cannot change the lots. We kept moving the front door to the left, to the left, to the left, and I think we finally got the front door to the left as far as we can get the front door to the left. And we gave you a view corridor, which should be in your online packets, because Holly asked us to redo the view corridor, so you could see the front door. And now you can see the front door, and it is where we were asked to put it, in the middle of the building. Now, the right-hand side of that structure can't be set back anymore because of the strangeness of this lot, which we inherited. And the building in the front is going to block a substantial portion of number 4. So you'll never see the right side at the same time you see the left side. And of course, the garage is going to block something on the left side. So that's pretty much it. We did everything Holly asked us to do, and there you go. So Holly's got her comments.
Okay, Holly.
And this
your
one is under
comments.
30 feet overall from grade.
Yes, you had mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was remiss on the first one, just that all of these need the hardscape plan, landscape plan, especially how there's pools proposed and that potential visibility. So that goes for all of the applications. Asked for where the previous elevations, those have been provided. Thank you. Appreciate the eave forward change. That was big. If you look at the previous plans, the gable forward was just not working with it, especially how it was not really subordinate, or if even it was not working. And I did mention this previously about moving the front door. However, if you look at the corridor plan that was provided showing that visibility, That's actually gonna help it. And so actually its location within the third bay of this proposed 5-bay main looks good. I was mentioning how it could be moved to the second bay, so it's a little bit closer into that visibility corridor. The additive mass should drop a little
Sorry,
more.
Holly, can I
Yes.
just query you on that?
Yes,
Okay, so it is a 5-bay house.
yes,
We all agree that.
yes.
You had said third bay. I'm looking at the fourth bay, actually. So now, are you suggesting moving it to the third bay or to the second bay?
So the previous, on the eve forward section,
Yes,
the previous plan showed the front door all the way to the right.
correct.
And I was saying that you're not going to have that visibility from the to the street. So it should have been moved in
Yes,
to maybe a second bay, but essentially with their plans, they've enlarged it from a 4-bay to a 5-bay and then placed the door in the middle, which I think based on the view corridor, that actually works and actually presents it more as a federal.
okay. I don't want to belabor this,
Yep.
but my graphic here shows it not in the middle. It shows it in the fourth bay, one to the right of the middle.
That was the previous.
No, that's the old one.
No, that's what I've got.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Okay, so,
If you go to
We
the,
did.
the view pack, hit the ones that say
Yes.
1, 3.
I
I
must be
know
looking
Ed
at,
spent quite a good time making sure these were up.
what?
That they're up. They're on the.
Yeah, this.
In the middle.
No,
But
please
are they
don't.
on are they on the tablets?
Yes, they're online. She uploaded them all.
Because Stephen is experiencing, I believe, the same
That's the
issue that
garage.
I
It's the
am.
next one down.
Don't look at the garage.
Yeah,
Before
that's.
Mariner, the one without a date, I think.
It's dead center.
Yeah, I thought I did that one.
Oh, and Holly, you didn't mention we changed all the doors. The front doors.
Oh, yes. That was big. The proposed
Yes, it's.
previous front door was not appropriate.
Okay,
It's in the middle now.
It's,
Dead
it's a
center.
5
it just
bays.
says 010323.
Oh, you mean
This
the-
is why we cannot go forward with supplemental stuff not turned in a week
It's so
before.
damn
Right.
confusing.
We're gonna proceed, but we have a rule and we're gonna follow it.
Well, it all came in on Friday. I can't help it.
It does, the option then is that you can delay a week. You have 1 week you can delay. Or it just goes into line, so it's up to you.
Okay, I
But
finally
we
got
gotta
it.
get
Okay.
Is that for me?
I think so.
Oh, wow, cool.
If not, I'm gonna.
All right, so it is in the middle. I finally understand.
Gotcha.
I think
So
we're all on the same page.
my
so to
main
speak.
concern on this, that front elevation, and this might be just perceiving it on the drawings, but the eave forward for now, both the main mass and the additive mass seem to be very, very close to one another. I don't know what the differential is on that, but maybe that second mass could drop to provide it. There is only a little bit of difference as well from the facade itself. But I will say this design is a lot better than that previous one, by a long shot.
Okay.
On top of the fact you cannot see the left and the right at the same time because of the house in front of it and the way these
heard
weirdo
you
lots
on
are
that
set up.
one.
Crazy
All right.
lots.
Very good.
And again, provided that it is built. On the east, which I know you guys want to, on the east, I did make a comment about having a lot of French doors, whether or not they're going to be visible. There is wetlands, again, that front the back portion of this, between this elevation and Washington Street. So there is going to be a lack of visibility there. They did reduce one of the multiple French doors into a single door.
You got rid of the gable over the other French.
Yeah. Not too keen 100% on that one, but I think that is it. HSAG did provide comments. They were mentioning that the facade is long, but the reconfiguration is a lot better. And I leave it to the commission. Oh, and I did want to make a comment again. There is a pool associated with this structure as well. So of course, having that landscaping plan along with this. You guys see this online as well, right? There should be a digital version of that.
We're not
Or is it-
we're not doing it yet until we're through the houses. This is the only one where the pool is actually in the yard as opposed to in the house.
Mhm.
So I leave it at
Oh,
that,
I see
Mr.
that,
Chair.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is the
got
only
it.
one that's actually in a yard.
Mhm. Okay, Holly, thank you. What? Same board, comments.
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
So as Holly said, I do appreciate the move towards something more conventional, but I do agree that I think it's just so large. This, however, of all of these structures in these very weird lots, is probably my least concern because it is going to be shoehorned in there with all these buildings around it. So I do think where maybe I wasn't clear on the last one, you can have a two-story building, but the buildings that are 2 stories in this area are much less wide. And these are excessive. So I think you need to kind of go back and look at that and see what's in the neighborhood. The little previous version of this, the front facade was perfect of the box. It just went awry to the side there. So this is probably like a Woodbury structure ish type of house. It kind of needs a chimney or something, I think, because it is so large, whether it's real or not. And just looking at the site, I'm thinking you could, if you're gonna put a pool in, you could tuck it around the back, north. I
Setback.
guess it's north.
Oh, see, you
Yeah, it
can
would
see
fit.
the dotted lines
It
are
would
the Concom. You can't do that.
Linda, you're not listening to me.
I see it.
So in the northwest corner, tucked in, no, down, right there. And it would be much more hidden. Again, I think some of this girth could come down because it does have a 9-foot first floor. I know everyone wants those now, but I think 8 feet would suffice and it would be more in keeping with what's around it and help reduce some of its impact.
Thank you, Val. Okay, who's next?
Can I ask Holly a question?
Yeah, Holly, sure.
The stuff that came from the advisory, they said there were 2 houses, 2 buildings that were in the old historic district. Is that true?
Yeah,
This isn't.
yeah.
How are they not gonna?
Over to Hansu Springs, and then it sort of gets weird.
So how can you have a pool in the old historic district?
Oh, because of the size. It's probably-
No, not because of the size, because it's a subdivision that predated that. So it's still under RC, it's
No,
under,
that's for real.
it's under RC2.
No, I know, but I.
And RC2, it was protected by the subdivision for like 8 years, and it's still in that time frame. That's why.
Only RC2?
Yeah, if it went to ROH, they can't have one, or one that's a whole nother ballgame. But these are under the RC2 protection for zoning, which is why they can have a pool.
Right. It's,
I'll ask him.
yeah.
It's in the bylaw.
It's a
subdivision control law.
Freezes
Yeah.
zoning.
Yeah.
And it happened to freeze a zone that allows pools. And then there was a zoning change that doesn't allow pools. So this allows it because of the zoning freeze under the subdivision control law, which
Yep.
created the lots.
You're not going to find it necessarily in the local chapter, but you will find
I
it
think
in the
it's
subdivision control.
State or national.
Yeah, it's state law. It's the
State,
subdivision
any,
state law,
any plan freeze comes through the subdivision control law, which we adopted in 55.
Yeah.
But it's a
Okay.
state law.
All right, so there it is on the pool. So Val, thank you. Who's next?
Diana, you
Oh, Diane, sorry.
No, that's right. You go ahead and do it. I
You want to
just,
go, Abby?
Okay, so I think both masses are too big and too big for the site, too tall, too massive, no additive massing. So I don't have a lot to say. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, Diane, your turn, so.
I was saying the same thing. It is too bad. I don't understand. This is an area where there were little houses.
Oh, my God.
And we are fundamentally destroying the whole area, which is the beginning of the old historic district coming in from the south. The whole thing comes down Union Street, Francis Street, and off Orange, and we're creating some other place. I'm not saying the buildings are bad. I'm just saying that they are not, they don't reflect the area, the streetscape of what's along that street, which is something the HDC was supposed to consider. That's all.
I ask you all to look at the photos again when your packet.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, is that to you now, Stephen?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my primary concern is the south elevation. I don't have the benefit of the minutes. They're not included. So I believe I mentioned this before. If I didn't, I'm going to mention it now. The width, I think, of the main structure is too wide. I think Val really hit it on the head. It's not that the height is so much a concern as it is combined with the depth of the structure makes the mass quite large. So for me, the only way to address that, I think looking at the program internally, is to left to right from the south elevation is to make the main mass slightly less wide. And the secondary mass, I think, has two problems. One is it needs to be set back a little bit further with respect to the jog from the front, from the primary mass, the front facade. And it also needs to be less wide by at least a window bay, or a half, from the corner board to that, a half of the outermost window as a imaginary vertical line, so that that's a more typical secondary mass. It's just very wide. I think 126 Main, we just did it. It's much less wide.
Well, they have room to move. We have no room to go front to back, which
I
is
know,
a
but
problem.
the point is that it's not a typical addition on the side of a federal.
I would agree if it was visible at the same time as the main mast, which it's not.
Well, I appreciate that.
Stephen,
It's huge.
okay,
The area.
anything else, Stephen?
I think I'm
What do you
done.
think of?
Okay, so I agree, it's unfortunate we had this sort of nice 4-bay main mass with a door that we didn't like. If the door just had shifted to the 3rd bay, we would have been at the same location that we are now with the 5-bay. Again, and this is, I agree with the comments that have been given already. I think that some other possible remedies to making the perceived size of this smaller would be to make the windows wider. And I was going to say this on the 4 Mariner Way house, like any federal style house, do some pilasters at the corners, not just 1x6 corner boards. Then it is looking more historic, and it's also taking away from all that vast amount of shingle space that we have. Those are my comments. Motion on this one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like no. Okay, so now we have our garage apartment.
Now, this is
going to be the
start,
January 3rd
Yeah,
PDF.
there's a January 9th, one that doesn't have a date, and one that's the 3rd.
Holly asked us when we came back in with it to actually go back, she asked us on Friday, to go back to the original doors,
Okay,
which
so-
were the double doors, and take the pent roof off.
Wait. I'm sorry, Linda, but the short answer is, which file are we opening?
The 1-3,
Yes.
1-3?
just like the other one. I mean, just like the house, it was 1-3.
No, we've changed it since 1-3 because Holly asked us to change it on Friday.
Why, okay, I'm looking at the 1-3 and there is no pent roof over the thing, so.
There's 3 different files. One says garage.
There's no people door on the front. There is no people door on the front, then I'm looking at the wrong
Yeah, we don't
file.
have that.
So the garage one that's labeled 19223, it's the 4th file down. This is why Linda, it's not on you. It's just we can't keep
We
doing
can't
this.
do this, right?
So you're the last one.
One you handed out.
You have the honor of being the last one.
That one.
Okay, folks, what I'm looking at, which is the 1-9,
Yeah.
just has garage doors in the middle. 1-9.
It's the 4th file down.
He has it up. He asked us to put the doors back because they could have.
I understand that.
And that's
What's
it.
hard is I
That's it.
spent all kinds of time
the
making
old-
comments
Abby.
today.
Abby,
See it?
It's in there, but
On-
it's at the end of the attachment.
Oh, we just gave it.
on the
back.
list, Abby, it's the 4th file down.
Okay, I think that's where. I'm
Got it.
about
Yep,
to
I got it.
end. Okay.
It ends 19223.
So we've been very responsive to what Holly asked us to do.
No.
No, it
Just-
looks like
Just
this.
click the 4th file down. You're good to go.
Okay,
The people door is not on the front, it's on the
Right.
side. We went back to the original carriage type doors that Holly asked us to put back, and we took the pent roof off, made the whole building smaller, and there you go.
so Holly, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the last meeting, you all pretty much asked for it to be simpler, make it more, less small, just make it simpler. My comments, sorry, this has been like ongoing. Obviously, this is infill. This is at 24. It's right at the top there of subordinate size. Mentioned that it should be reduced, however, appreciate the steeper pitch. The eaves should drop to make this more of a garage apartment. The garage doors should be simpler. I had asked about having basically examples of having a human door with the garage door. So I appreciate the change to making it making it simpler and less complex, and more of a utilitarian kind of feel without that pent roof. And again, I think HSAG was on the same page as myself, of having that type of garage and with having the door along the front. So those are overall the same comments. And again, appreciate the changes. You'll notice at the last meeting, you all had asked for a window up in the gable or peak. The back, the rear, that balcony has been reduced in extreme size, which is good. You'll see in the photos that Linda provided, there are examples of these type of balconies within the area. Appreciate that. You do have, I will say this, with this revision on that east elevation, you do now have 2 people doors back on the same elevation, which is atypical, but will it be seen is my question based on a proposed landscape plan.
Yeah,
Those
well, the back one isn't seen because there's a pergola and a fence and screening.
Okay.
Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Plus, we had to
Holly.
provide 2 means of access out of that second
Thank
floor.
you. Thank you, Ollie. Okay, board members.
I'm ready.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Val,
love
go
that.
ahead.
Val.
Because it isn't significantly different from the one that was posted prior, except for some minor. I believe in the minutes, and I'm sticking to it. I think this should be really downsized to a story and a half, and not a bunch of fussy little dormers, maybe one dormer. I think it could be effective if it was maybe a broken back salt box somehow. But this, as it stands, to me, seems like something that would be in our area, Mid-Island, and very suburban. I don't think it belongs in the OHD. It's not really tracking like the simple 2-story structures down on the wharf, which are much more diminutive. It's it needs to be downsized.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Stephen, you were gonna,
I agree with Val.
I agree with Val.
Me too.
okay.
Motion all for revisions, if you're not.
The only other thing I'm gonna say is that I think that the garage doors just all by themselves with 3 windows up above makes it seem top heavy for some reason.
You know it's an apartment up there, right? Not a
Well, yeah,
studio.
of course I do, but
Okay.
I
There's
mean,
plenty
you
of
know,
apartments in
I
Sterling
like
and a half.
more of a balance in the fenestration and the doors, but that's my comment. Anyway, there's a motion on the table to hold for revisions. That was Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Okay. Are we going to do the hardscape on this, or is that
No.
moot?
Motion to track the
Okay,
hardscape to the
that's a
house.
motion, is to track the hardscape on this one. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Now, 6 Mariner has the
6
biggest
Mariner.
change because that was the one that has the gable forward, which is on Union Street, 2 doors away. But we took the gable forward out of it and did a more of a telescoping because this lot was tough because it's long and narrow. And we have a tremendous amount of wetland impact on this lot. So we don't have a lot of flexibility to get anything on this lot.
Okay, Linda, just,
Here we go.
we got the same
One,
problem.
1-3,
1-3
as
is the
opposed to the
gable.
one that doesn't, that is not dated.
Okay, there's 3 of them.
See if it's the one that she's got up on the screen there. It goes left to right now, doesn't come forward.
Go to the front.
Yeah, go to the front.
That's not the
Go,
front.
Keep going.
Kick your little arrow on the side there so we can see the pages.
Just hit your down button.
Number 2.
That's it.
There you go.
All right. Yes.
Yeah.
So we got the
Same.
typical left-hand addition there. We got made it narrow in the front because we converted it from gable forward to, parallel to the street. Made the addition smaller and dropped it off the ridge even farther and put a 1-story part of the bedroom on the right. And obviously the stairs have to get out of the building. And on all of these structures, we simplified the front door per Holly's request and the trim.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, the plans, as you can see, we have a gable forward versus the gable, E forward versus the gable, a reduction in the trim, as I think Commission had mentioned last review. We have the previous plans on the same page. That additive massing is dropped. Appreciate the changes and the reduction in height in the additive mass to the right. All should be that subordinate in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. The windows in the additive massing I mentioned should be the same size, but I'll leave that up to the commission, obviously. Appreciate the reduction in overall height. All balconies should be natural to weather was a comment. I think that should be up to, for debate. There are some in the area that have white trim versus natural to weather where they stick out or opposite. Sorry, it's been a long day. And then on the north, windows in that bump out. Where is that? I got the north. Yeah. Is that the north? No, it's the west.
That's north.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
the north. This bump out right here.
What about it?
Just they look a little odd. They look a little large, but unless that's almost like a sunroom aspect.
It is a sunroom.
Okay.
And it's not visible.
And other than that, those are my comments. And I know Linda's going to object, but HSAG did have comments on whatever they reviewed in December. So it might have been the previous revision.
Yeah, they haven't seen anything.
So Holly, you can just sort of pretend that they're your comments.
No,
Then
she doesn't.
would allow it.
And it's also on the previous design with a gable forward.
This is.
Yeah, so if it's not relevant
It's
to the
not relevant.
design, then
Yeah,
I
it's
don't-
not. I don't
But
think
that's
so.
also why, when we do advisory boards, if we do have advisory boards, I would like to think we will, that We want stuff turned in timely.
Yeah, but that's not an advisory
For-
board, so
for their
that's all I'm
use.
gonna say.
But again,
Enough said.
another aspect of all of these, again, is having a landscape plan that can really,
Yeah.
vet on whether or not things are going to be visible that are atypical.
Absolutely.
Yeah, clearly this
correct.
one's changed because of the orientation of the building.
Okay. Holly, thank you, board
I
members.
can go.
Go, Abby, yes.
So Linda, this is my favorite so far. But I really wish it was the one on Union Street minus that right-hand massing and one set of windows. I wish there were only shrunk that right side so there are only 4 windows on that. But I think this is more successful. It's not as high. It's more sort of historic looking in its additive massing. And I think it's more successful. So I wish it were the one on Union Street.
Can I get a clarification through you, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Abby, you said 4. Did you mean it was only 2?
So on the right-hand mass, the additive mass
Mhm.
on the right, there are 3 sets of windows with 3 above.
Yes.
I think it should be.
Oh, I
just
see what you
2
mean.
over 2.
Just a total of 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And yeah, if you're going this, historic looking a house, I would,
Can I go?
if you can add a chimney.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Very good. Abby, thank you. Stephen?
I agree with Abby 100%, both with respect to this design in this location and also if it were in the other location. The only thing I would add is I think the jog for this structure, the secondary mass on the right needs to go back a couple more feet than it is. And it's very clear the distance between the shingle line below the window sills, and I think a water table is required.
Good idea.
To address that.
I think we dropped them so you wouldn't see the amount of,
It's fine. It's just,
Foundation
He's
showing.
remedying
Yeah.
that problem
Yeah.
by
Just put
adding
a
a
water
water
board?
table, which
yeah,
is a
put
good
the water
idea.
board in there.
Yeah. Water table, friend.
Water table board.
Water board was during
Water table
a
fascia.
we're
different
gonna
era.
waterboard this building.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
They're not listening.
Diane, you want to go? You ready?
Yep, I'm going. I think Abby's right. I think it's the best looking one. Too bad. It's in the wrong place. It should be up front. That is like other houses along Union Street, Beaver Street, and the area. I think she's right in reducing the 3s over 3 on the additive mass should be 2 over 2s, and it will bring it down somewhat. I think reduce the width of it, it will be good. So that's all.
Very good. Thanks, Diane. Val Oliver.
I don't really have anything to add. I'm going back and forth between
I
the
thought she
previous
said she
one,
put it back.
because this doesn't
It
have
doesn't
floor
matter.
plans to see where
Sweat.
I'd be able to reconnoiter something.
Hmm.
Dark green sweater.
There's nothing to say.
Can we
Okay.
go to the east elevation before you finish?
What?
Go to the east elevation on this.
Yeah.
We're getting there eventually. Yeah, it's set back, Steve, maybe 4 feet.
That's it, 3 feet.
Yeah, and the ones on the other side of us are 2 feet, if we're lucky.
Okay, listen. Stephen's made his comment.
Sorry.
I will say it is more than I thought looking at the site plan, but I think another foot is valuable and appropriate.
And keep in mind, this one has that line is right on the house. The wetland line is right on the house.
Okay.
And being on the Concom, I know exactly where that line is.
It just pushes the pool back a little bit.
Very good.
That's all.
Okay. I need to stay true to my code, so I'm going to say the same thing I said of the other 2 houses, which is these should have pilasters on either side of the main mass.
I got that.
And that the windows should be 2.8 at a minimum
I got that.
wide to fill it out more. And then if this is really going to be a sunroom on the north elevation, it should be a sunroom where we don't have the shingle space between the windows. That's kind of like sitting the fence. So I would prefer to have that be a real bona fide sunroom with windows with mullions between. That's it. Okay, those are my comments. Motion?
Motion to hold for a few revisions.
Sounds good. It sounds like we're pretty close on this one.
Not a sunroom, though. It's a dining room.
What are you showing for?
Well, from the exterior, it would appear.
It would appear to be a
it almost
dining, yeah.
appears to be a sunroom.
Yeah,
Yeah, so on the motion.
that's what it's
On that
masquerading
motion, all
as.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to cede my position on the next application to Connie.
You do mean the hardscape, right?
We're going to
No, we're
motion to
not
track.
doing-
Yeah, we're tracking that one.
Yeah, on the next application.
A
Okay.
motion to track hardscaping.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. Now we are on to new business. Do we have anything from anyone representing?
Pass over me if I'm not back in here in a second.
Oh, yeah, you're next. Right. Stephen, Bill, anybody here? Stephen? Okay, hi.
Hi.
Did you hear Stephen's left the room? It's going to be Connie in Stephen's stead.
I did hear that. Thank you. May I ask if Arthur Reed, Paul Santos, and Brian Madden are on as well?
I'm sorry, what, Stephen?
I know, his
You,
reception.
yeah, you always sound really kind of like muffled.
I'll be closer. I was
What?
just asking if Arthur Reed, Paul Santos, and Brian Madden were on at the same time.
Arthur
Mr. Chair,
Reed is here.
Mr. Chair, I'm co-presenting on this along with Stephen and with Brian Madden. Just to set the stage on this, if I can. This is a matter that was before the HDC. It involves a pool, obviously, out in Nantucket, and it was denied, and we filed an appeal with the select board. At the time of the select board hearing, we had discussion about means that could be taken in order to screen the pool with appropriate vegetation so that it would not be visible. And there was indication from the HDC members present that they would be willing to consider the matter further. So we continued the appeal to enable us to file a new application, which is what you have before you now. And
Okay.
we engaged Brian Madden of LEC Environmental to consult with us. The issue being, as had been concern of the HDC before, whether vegetation that would be adequate to screen this from view in the location in the environment existing out in the outer part of Nantucket would be sufficient to would be hardy and would respond adequately to the elements out there so as to on a long-term basis be adequate to screen the pool from view along with the structures on the lot, which also help to screen it from view. So with that basis of what we're talking about, I'd pass it on to Steve and then to Brian Madden to explain exactly how we've designed the project and what we expect the result will be. The issue, obviously, as in any pool application before the HDC, simply being visibility. If we can prevent it from being visible, then the standards have been met. And any other concerns with regard to the pool, which may have been expressed in the materials that you've received, are really not relevant to the HDC hearing. So with that, on to Steve.
Okay, Stephen.
I think all of you are pretty much familiar with this from the last time. Even though this is a new application, you've seen it several times before. This is for a 12 by 24 pool with an auto cover and small patio between the two existing residences that sit at 9 Mains. The east and west side of the pool is screened by each of the buildings, the main house and the guest house. The north and south elevations are screened by the proposed planning plan that we have in place. As authors said, Brian Madden from the environmental group has come up with a native planting scheme in order to shield the pool and the patio from public view. We have submitted photographs in the area which show the context of the area. There's a lot surrounding it as far as, fences and hedges and things that are out there that we do not have as part of our plan. We went with a more naturalistic plan in this case. The patio that's shown is pretty much like the one in the photograph that was shown of the rocks separated by grass and moss that's weeded in between there to soften its appearance. And pretty much, I think when we met, again, a lot of folks were concerned about the naturalistic planning that was to take place and how it would be cared for. And we enlisted Brian on that, and I'll turn that over to Brian at this point.
Okay, Brian.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental Consultants. So we developed the mitigation planting plan. We used a combination of native trees, shrubs, and ground cover to provide a stratified, diverse, and dense planting scheme to fill in the areas on the north and south side. As Steve indicated, we have the structures to the east and west. We selected a total of 15 trees, including eastern red cedar and pitch pine, and a cumulative total of 86 shrubs, Virginia rose, bayberry, and beach plum, along with herbaceous ground cover plantings to, again, fill in that from ground to shrub to tree sapling height to have a complete, diverse, stratified planting scheme. These are all native species to Nantucket that are found out in Nantucket. Certainly there would be a monitoring program to ensure that the plants do well. Watering is going to be significant. And then anything that, if there's any dieback noticed, they would need to be replaced in kind. And if appropriately monitored, then they will successfully establish in this environment and serve its purpose. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Brian, thank you. I'm sure there will be questions. Holly, I'm sure you have.
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will notate for the record, we do have some hands raised in the public.
I'm sure we do.
But for context and for the record, this is associated with the Eelskin Inn, a circa 1910 structure. I know it's been modified over time, but essentially that its structure is on this site along with another structure. The placement of this 12 by 24 pool and patio will be flanked by those two structures. I will notate, and this is just a planner in me, but with its close proximity to the Atlantic Ocean, it would be the only pool that I'm aware of in this area. However, the screening, which it sounds like is appropriate as far as being native species, screening in perpetuity, is that that is the crux of your obviously the review. Appreciate the proposed landscaping plan with native species as it will be screened. However, my recommendation from staff's perspective, due to this non-urban and beach environment, which is sensitive. Obviously, we have erosion around this area as well. I would recommend a streetscape with the proposed vegetation shown from both Main Ave and Ames Ave, which is what the mitigation is showing, that visibility corridor, at what it would look like once it's installed. I do notate the commission usually puts a caveat on any approvals that not seen in time of inspection and in perpetuity, but I think having a view some sort of streetscape with that installed elevation wouldn't be out of character. So those are my comments. And again, we do have comments from abutters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. And let's see, who wants to go first in terms of speaking on this application? I will. Oh, no, I actually meant the people on Zoom, sorry.
Oh.
We listened to the people on Zoom first. Unmute and give us your name for the record. Name and address, actually. Bruce?
Oh, thank you. This is Bruce Mandel, 10 Midland Avenue, Nantucket. This has been reviewed by the replacement of the advisory board, our independent group of folks. And as was mentioned, this is a continuing attempt to install this amenity pool. And the neighborhood, the Smith Point Neighborhood Association, many nearby neighbors consider this to be out of character and totally visible, even with this revised staggered or staged planting scheme that's going to require a tremendous amount of maintenance and water and not invulnerable to the saltwater environment that is within yards of this pool. The pool enclosure, the equipment is not screened, it's noisy, and it creates issues for the neighbors. We just feel that this latest plan does not fully address the previous concerns described by the HDC that the pool would be visible, despite of the revised statements of the revised plans. 5 letters submitted from nearby neighbors now, in addition to about the 9 other letters that had been submitted previously. This is severely a concern. The HDC's main issue is visibility, but this is also out of character, and part of the HDC's responsibility is to try to help us maintain the inherent characteristics of this community, which this does not do. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce, thanks. And I should have said this before anyone spoke. I want any discussion on this to be limited to the HDC purview, which of course is visibility from a publicly traveled way. Visibility, no noise or anything like that. Visibility from a publicly traveled way. Who's next? Announce yourself and we'll hear you.
Yeah, and when I mentioned visibility, I was speaking from public ways. Thank you.
No, Bruce, but there were some points in there about the water, the proximity to the water and so forth, but
it's related to the maintaining of the shrubs.
Correct. But okay, so
thank you.
All right, thanks. Next.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Michelle Kolb. I'm the abutting neighbor at 8 Main. And I actually share the triangular property of 3 Main. And this is, again, a very fragile landscape. It is one of the last remnants of what was former Nantucket. And while I do appreciate an elaborate planting plan to screen the pool, it is completely inappropriate for the landscape that is currently there. In addition to being a fragile wildlife sanctuary and a unique natural landscape. There are fishing shacks there. It is really completely inappropriate for this end of the island. And as far as visibility, the minute you continue up Main on the dune there, it's completely visible. And with regard to the watering issue, the salination in the wells that are used in the wells there. And I just can't imagine how any kind of landscape, even if it's native to Nantucket, it is not native to what is out there, which is scrub pine And American beach grass, if you read Natural History of Nantucket from Peter Bryce, it's really described as outwash sand deposit held in place by American beach grass. And that's really what you find out there. So I am directly opposed to this concept of a pool when you have the ocean just over the dune. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Bob Havery, 6 Main Avenue, so across the street from this proposed pool. I agree with everything that's been said. The plantings, if they survive, would stick out like a sore thumb. I mean, there's nothing like that out there. But then survivability is a real issue for me. I've seen other people come in and put in plantings like this, and they just don't survive. And if you look at the pictures, you can see that there's no tall growth out in that area anywhere in front of the pool. Behind it, another 50 yards behind it, there are things that survive, but that distance from the ocean is really a crucial element. Yeah, and if you look at that picture, you can see the trees that are growing behind that area, but look closer to the beach, you don't see anything of any height growing there. And also I don't know, you may say this isn't part of your consideration, but I'm very concerned about our aquifer. We heard that this will be amply watered, and that's a real concern. The more you water this, the more salty the aquifer is going to become.
Oh, that's definitely not our purview. Sorry.
I know, but somebody's got to be considerate about this because it's going to ruin the aquifer for us.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but I just need to mention.
Yeah. Okay, you all set?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the board now.
Hi, yes, I'd like
Mr.
to speak.
Chairman.
Oh, sorry.
We'll leave that more on the
Murphy,
line.
I've got a couple of points if I could, please.
Stephen Murphy.
Okay, I just heard a woman's voice.
That was Alice. That was,
Yeah, that's me, Allison. I'll wait my turn. No problem.
Well,
she's ready.
yeah, you go ahead.
Well, Mr. Murphy's ready.
Okay, well, somebody go ahead.
I'll go ahead, Mr. Chairman, if that's permitted.
Yeah.
A couple of points, Mr. Chairman. First, we heard Mr. Madden talk about the adequacy of the screening, and yet I don't think anyone's really taken a good hard look at what this plan calls for. The trees are only 4 to 6 feet tall, and I've talked to my arborist today, and that means they're 3 feet wide. So the ones that are in the back, or excuse me, on the north side of the pool, cannot possibly provide the screening that the image suggests. The same is true for the trees in the front on the south side. The size of these trees just is not going to permit the kind of screening at the time of inspection or in perpetuity that the commission requires. I mean, the estimate that I received from my arborist today was that perhaps in 10 or 15 years, there might be adequate screening, but there couldn't possibly be with the size of the trees and the recommended, if not required, spacing. That is, if you look at the top, in the top right-hand corner of this diagram and blow it up, you can see that the trees are 4 to 6 feet tall with a required spacing of 10 to 25 feet. So that this diagram, which is just to the left of this planning specifications diagram, is remarkably overstated. And the same is true for the diagram down below. If you could scroll up, please. This one in particular, scroll up a little bit more to show the trees. The trees are the red circle. Those are supposed to be spaced 10 to 25 feet apart, and that they're only 3 feet wide total. So that the planning schema, which is here, is unrealistic, and it is not accurate in terms of the trees that have been used. Secondly, as Mr. Havery told you,
there is a remarkable lack of rate of success in plantings. It's true at Mr. Keefe's house, which is directly across the street from 9 Main, the Catchpole residence, which I believe Mrs. Kolb is in now, the Havery residence, and the Hutton residence, all of which are the other side of Main Avenue. And I believe Ms. Byer will talk to the issue of the dearth of trees that are now right behind her cottage at Saltaway, which is up in New Hampshire Avenue. That's something that Mr. Madden and Mr. Thoreau cited to. Those trees are now dying out as they have historically.
Okay.
I've been a summer resident there for 42 years.
All right.
And I can tell you those trees grow and die within, in very regular basis. And last,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, even with these trees, you can see right through the sides, through the
Hey,
northeast,
Stephen.
northwest, southeast,
Stephen
and
Welch.
southwest corners.
What's our time limit on, what time limit did we establish? Yeah, it's way up. Okay, so
Am I
who
now
wants to
over,
speak?
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman?
thank you for your time.
Thank
Who
you
wants to
very much.
speak next?
Tom Erickson.
Thank you.
I was a resident from 1983 to 2006, about 750 feet to the west. And we're the only people, my wife and I and 2 kids, that lived there year round. We had to move our cottage first in 2006, and then our house in 2007. I now own property out there. And the fact of the matter is that even though things have quieted down, that property is going to be totally sandblasted. The dune is all but gone where they are. The bluff has eroded into Main Avenue. That's why they moved the Eelskin in to the other side, the east part of the property. I don't believe those bushes will survive at all with that environment, number one, which is in your purview. The other thing is the immediate people
Well,
that
no, I'm
eroded-
sorry, I beg to differ. How is the HDC board supposed to monitor whether a plant dies or not? If we approve a plant on a plan, do we monitor that?
Well, the prospective applicant said they would monitor it.
Well, right, presumably.
Okay,
we-
now if they monitor it so it will not die, I have no problem with it. But
Okay.
there should be, number one, a monitoring plan. And my second point is the HDC does have a purview to basically look at the structures within 300 feet. Those are the people they notify. When you look at the surrounding structures in that general neighborhood of New Jersey Avenue and Main Avenue, there will be nothing at all that looks like this pool structure or the plantings. Thank you.
Okay. Well, presumably we're not seeing the pool. That's the point of this whole thing. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Yeah, hi, this is Allison.
Allison Blair. Okay.
Yeah.
Bear, sorry.
Yeah, last name is Allison Byer. Our family owns
sorry.
cottage. No problem at all. We own the cottage at 19 New Hampshire Avenue, an abutting property. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on this application, and I'm going to keep them brief and not repeat
Thank
what
you.
other people have said. But I would like to point out one thing, if you would kind enough to go to page 10 or 11 of the packet. It's the photos. It's the next one after this one that you're showing now. Okay, that's good. And yeah, get in focus and so you could see the cottages possibly. What I would like to point out to the board, because I'm not sure it's clear, is that our cottage is the cottage that sits in back with the blue door. It is not part of the 9 Main Avenue compound. We are so close that from our deck, we can have a conversation with the people renting and or staying at the Eelskin cottage. I just wanted to point this out to, obviously let you know that that is not part of their compound. And second, I do want to comment on what Steve Murphy had already mentioned, is that on page 8 of the packet, they reference a stand of trees, and these trees are dying. They don't survive in this environment. And interestingly, they are even further back than what's being proposed for this landscape. These, if you want to go out and view them now, the trees have consistently been dying. And according to our brother-in-law who lives in Nantucket, the rate of them dying has accelerated even this winter. So they are further back from the landscape, and some may consider native, although I'm not sure they are. And they, in fact, are dying. I'm just, from the proximity of our cottage and the lack of the plants to survive out there, I don't think there'll be a shield for view of this pool, and especially not for us who will see it all the time. So that's just it. Obviously, my opinion. I'd like you to not approve this, but obviously it's up to you. But I just wanted to give you my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the board now. So who would like to begin this
I will.
discussion?
Oh,
Well, okay. One more, very, very briefly.
Yeah, he's already gone.
She's already gone?
No, Tom.
Tom's already. Yeah, Tom's already spoken.
Okay. All right. So Val, I think you said you were going to go?
yes, I'd like
Thanks.
to.
Please do.
I went out and took some nice pictures out there today. Wide open spaces. This is an easy, no fuss beach community. And it's slowly eroding as properties are changing hands. Pools in Nantucket jeopardize the aesthetic and quality of the existing visual environment of this area. If we're relying on screening, because that's what we have control over, it's going to have to be congruent with what's in the area, and what's in the area speaks volumes when you go out there and you see for yourself. It's just barren. It's scrub. Creating gardens with trees that are lined up is incongruent everywhere on Nantucket, although they seem to be proliferating everywhere. We're going to just be lines of trees that grow up high. I don't know about eastern cedar. Are they like cypress? I'm not sure.
They're the wild cedars that grow out
Okay.
here.
By virtue of creating these very formed gardens, it's changing forever the beachy seascape out there and the informality and the natural vegetation. I think that most people are drawn out there and live out there because of the quality of the area. It is very informal. It's funky. It has places like the Eelskin Inn still that harken back to a different time and how Nantucket evolved. And it's different from everywhere else on the island. I think that once the gate is open for things like this, the aesthetic's going to change forever, and Nantucket will no longer be the community we know. So I have a very novel suggestion.
Give it a try. Why not?
Let's put the screening in first and then talk pool.
Oh, okay. I'm going to comment on that, but Diane, you ready?
Yep, I certainly am.
Yeah.
I agree entirely. The people out there it's a small group of year-rounders. They've been here for ages. They have a right to say what's happening to their land, and they don't want a pool. We have gone out of our way to see that the pools aren't there. And it's because, first of all, because of the land, they can't take it. Second of all, they know how much a land can go. Look at Millie's. It used to be on a water thing, and across Millie's Bridge, there was water. There is no water anymore. It's filled in with sand. It's stuck. This is what happens. You have a bad winter, and this is what's going to happen. The people who live there know this, and they put up with it. And we know how much Chicago Street, I used to deliver the mail to the guy who lived at the last house on Chicago Street, 9 Chicago Street. There isn't any 9 anymore. It's gone. And the beach is gone. And it slowly erodes because we can't stop it. So why ruin what's there so that somebody can have a pool that may or may not exist. And I am a pretty good gardener, both North Shore and Nantucket, and they won't last. What they say they will die, they will. They can't take the wind. There's not any of them. They could say they would, but look at the land of the pictures that Val have got. It's barren grass.
Pretty though.
It's pretty,
Mm-hmm.
but it's 2.5 feet tall. It's not
Right.
4 feet or 6 feet, and 8 foot tall trees will look ridiculous there. And we do have the landscaping involved, and we are allowed to speak on it. So I would be totally against saying this pool could go in.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
All right. Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that a pool in this area would be incongruent. The design that's proposed looks nothing like the landscape here. We're on a dune. Any sort of formal landscaping, any sort of staggered retaining walls, any of that does not go with this streetscape, and we can rely on streetscape. So I am not in favor of this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I also agree, and I'm afraid we're going to set a precedence if we approve this pool to open the doors for others.
Okay. I happen to agree with my fellow board members on this one. And even if the vegetation worked, I think that the design, to Abby's point earlier, the design is basically straight line architectural geometry, which is, runs completely counter to the natural landscape that's out there. So, folks, it's obvious that you're not getting a lot of support for the pool. We can motion for a denial or, and back to Val's suggestion. That was my comment about the formal landscape. I think, even if there was no pool, just the landscape is kind of objectionable because it's just so formal in a spot where there's zero formality. So I'm not sure that's necessarily on the table.
So to be clear, I wasn't suggesting they do this landscaping, but
some landscape.
something
Okay.
that is congruent, if they believe it's congruent to the area. Let it grow. And
Okay. Well, all right.
Then we can talk, or build some kind of a structure and put the pool inside.
All right. So, Stephen, the question for you and your group is, do you want a denial, or would you like to withdraw, or would you like revisions? We'll give you any of those.
Mr.
Let
Chairman,
me
I want
take
to show the Arthur.
Hang on. Who?
I think it's Arthur.
Arthur,
Yeah,
we can actually hear you better, Arthur. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would request that it be held for revisions. I think what had been suggested somewhere along the line was that there be a rendering of what the vegetation as proposed would look like, not from above, but from the side, which is obviously the way that it's going to be seen. And I would like to take a shot at preparing that.
Fair enough.
And submit that so that you can consider that also, and together with additional material which we would submit regarding the from Brian regarding the long-term viability of the vegetation that's proposed.
Okay, Arthur. I think we can
Motion
do
to
that.
hold for revisions.
Yeah. So Abby has made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition to that? No. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So we're back to Linda. Steven's back.
Can I take a little break?
Yeah, you can take a break. We'll sort of do a tag team.
Yeah.
For the
And I'm
next
going to take a break too.
No, you can't. Oh, are you really?
Yeah, so that Carrie and Jesse can sit.
Okay, fine. Well, yeah, okay,
Right?
Carrie and Jesse. Got it.
Don't forget, we got a full complement.
We do. All right,
So what do I have here?
all right. So Linda, Carrie, Jesse, Ray, Diane, and Abby.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Carrie, Jesse, Ray, Diane, Abby.
Okay.
Okay, hit it.
Garage, 1920, thereabouts. We're being forced to put in a new septic system, and that's the only place to put it. So the house obviously is a bungalow from the 1920s also. I gave you all the historic information in the file. The aerials, as well as some of the other information that I was able to glean from the files and some research that I did at the assessors. And the garage has to go. It can't move anywhere else on the lot because of the setbacks, and we need to get the garage out of there, and we need to get the septic in this winter. And there's other septics up there and other wells, so the only place to put the septic is under the garage. So, and I gave you the, I think it was Bracken's plan showing where the septic system's going.
Okay, thanks, Linda.
It's pretty simple.
Holly, do you have anything on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, so thank you, as always, for the historic information, Linda. There is an HDC survey on file, indicates that it's a circa 1925 garage. It actually has a name, Sachem's Corner Garage / Guest House. Obviously, I would not want to see a demolition of the structure. It should be moved. But at the least, okay, that plan is a lot better. It would be nice to have it relocated on site versus removing it completely. If the owners are, wanting to do that. If it's going to be moved and or demolished, obviously photos and plans of the structure. It is obviously a time frame that we're seeing of these utilitarian type structures that are they're 100 approximately years old that we're seeing being removed from our historic district. And obviously it is contributing. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The only thing I have to add to that, Mr. Chairman, is that it's not in the old historic district, but it does have a survey form because it was probably the only bungalow up there, along with this little garage, but we cannot move it. You can see the dotted lines where the setbacks are.
Yeah.
And you can't move it anywhere else on the lot, so it's got to go. And as far as a demo move would be great, I will try to get somebody to take it. The only problem is that we can't cut Sachem's, which is incredibly narrow, either direction to get it out of there. And I don't want to be tied to a move only because I don't think I can get it out of there. And there is no kitchen
Well,
in
Linda,
it.
I'm sure, we're aware that would be your preference.
Yeah, and there is no kitchen in it, so what it is, tantamount to a bunkhouse, but there are bunkhouses all over Lincoln Circle, all over the cliff, and so this is actually a bunkhouse and not a separate dwelling.
Okay.
But as I say, we got to move it, it's got to go, it's somewhere or come out completely.
Okay, thanks. All right, board members.
Linda.
Jesse.
I'm on this,
You
right?
are. Yeah.
Is there any chance to get a variance to move, because it's already in the setback, right?
It's already in the setback.
So why
Yes.
don't you just move it forward and keep it in the setback? You think that's a variance that's able to be?
Jesse, you're a genius.
No, it wouldn't be,
Well,
you can't get a
okay,
variance for that
okay,
anyway.
this is, so,
You
all
don't
right.
know that, you have to try.
Yeah. Okay, so Jesse, continue.
That's my only comment.
That's pretty.
I'd have to cut it up to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a shame to lose a building, any building, but this one, in my mind, is not the most visible, apparent bungalow style building. And I've said yes to other buildings just like this to be demolished, so I feel like it's a shame. If it could be an easy move forward, yeah, but I don't think this one is significant enough to say, no way. We've done it with other buildings.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Let's see.
I'll do my
Abby, you're
best
on.
on getting it moved, but
Well, so, this is a shame. It's just such a charming little cottage. I'm just I'm looking at the site plan just to see if there's any way to squeeze it in somewhere. I'd love to see it renovated, and used on the site. I think that's the best solution.
That would be attached to the house.
not really. Yeah, not really. It doesn't fit on that north side. Plus you got a well and you can't put it on the well and you can't put it on the septic, and we looked at it.
There's the brick walk can be changed,
Mhm.
and if you just move it, it looks like, I don't know, maybe those little things are maybe 10 feet wide. If you just move it 10 feet into the property away from the new sewer bed, you've saved it. And it's charming. You're not going to be able to build anything that's this charming. So that's what I would do. But thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I would do the same. I think they ought to try it and not just say, no, it can't happen. You never know what they can, and if they have to put the plumbing in there, then they may be willing to give a little bit and keep it, as Jesse suggested, at the same place. I think we ought to do a hold for revisions and have them try, not just get an answer of, no, it can't be done.
The reason why I'm saying that is because they tried that already. We looked at other locations and other possibilities and changing the orientation of the
Then
structure.
we should see them
Okay.
if it happened.
Well, you've got the engineer's plan right there. I'm not an engineer.
Linda, stop the back and forth, please. Have you finished, Diane?
Yep, I'd just like to see us try and do it.
Okay. And I'm of the same mind. I mean, I would have been okay with a move off only, not a demo. But it doesn't sound like that's feasible. So I'd like to have you investigate some other possibilities for this. Now, how large is this septic system? It seems quite large with 3 trenches.
It's what they're requiring for us to put in. I'm not going to even go entertain any conversation about the engineering.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Well, I'm in the biz, and I know that there's such a thing as an alternative system and all different kinds of things. So shall we hold this one?
Yes.
See if there's anything else that can yield out of it?
Yes.
So is that your motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay. Diane's motion is to hold for some revisions, see if we can do anything. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
So what do you want to see from me besides the engineer telling you no?
See if you can come up, tell them that we're, predisposed not to let it go. Or move it or something like that.
Or say how many bathrooms,
Or whether there's an alternative system or anything like that.
I'm not talking about the interior of that structure with bathrooms. I'm
Okay.
talking
I
about
think
the
we
fact that
voted.
they've got the
We
planting
did
plan too.
vote, and if you want to hear your next application, we'll move on, right?
Which one is that one?
41 Orange.
Orange.
Okay.
And if you didn't look at
41
the
Orange.
pictures, you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yep, here we go again. Let's see.
I sent Holly something I was
hey,
able to
let me-
find.
Linda, sorry. Do we want to just stay on the same board for, so Val's still
I'm
missing?
still on break.
You're
I'm
still,
on break.
okay,
Minutes,
all right,
too.
so same board
Chicken.
for now. Yeah,
Hold on,
okay.
hold on. Okay, this is a structure on Orange Street.
Yep,
It didn't have clapboard for a long time. I sent Holly a picture from 1990 somewhere, and I believe your thing from 89 has no clapboard in the front. They had a very flat trim, which was not atypical for that structure at the time. And somewhere along the line, I seem to vaguely remember doing it, we allowed them to put clapboard on it. What they did not do is change the flat trim.
oh, right.
And I sent you in a picture of every clapboard structure, all the way down to probably York Street, if not beyond. and none of them have a flat trim. So they just took the trim off, put the clapboard on, and didn't change the trim around the windows. Every single one of these clapboards has some sort of a decorative trim on it. So what he'd like to do is use the same pattern, and we give you a drawing of it, a scale drawing of it. Use the same pattern on that building to the left. It's down further.
When you say on that building to the left.
You'll
what
see
do
it.
you-
Keep going. It's probably 43, that one. I'd like this fairly simple angled trim with a little bit of a
Laura Champion's
profile.
house.
You'd like to match that trim, which is pretty reminiscent of all the other trims on Orange Street, and I see Holly shaking and nodding her head. Pretty reminiscent, and some, it's not as fancy as others, and it's not as flat angled as others, but it's a
Linda.
little profile to it.
Linda, can you clarify something for me?
Mm-hmm.
Are we only talking about the windows on the front?
No, everybody else has the same trim all the way around the structures. It's kind of weird. And there's a window on the left side of the structure, south side, sort of south side, up in the attic that we want to replace in kind, single divided light, and add 2 windows or change the windows on the north side, on the parking lot side. So you'll have to go back up to one of the pictures on the north side, the driveway side on the right, which is, no, down.
There's no drawing.
Hold on. That window, down, down, down. That window up on the left, that's the left side and the south side. They want to replace that in kind up there and go to the other side. That's a close-up of that window. There you go. Those 2 windows, we want to make the same size as the windows below them, which is common on Orange Street because everybody is now utilizing their 3rd floors for egress windows. So they just like to enlarge those 2 windows to the same size as the ones below them. Like all the other pictures I put in are the same thing, particularly across the street next door to us. And that's about it on this structure. So change the
Do we have a
trim.
drawing of these enlarged windows? No.
They're the same size as the other ones, and I
Well,
believe
no, I mean,
he put
but,
that
you
on
know, I
there.
mean, if it were anybody else, we would be asking for a drawing.
Same size as the other windows, exactly. And single divided light.
Okay.
What about just one up there? I mean, those enlarged are gonna be quite large and overscale.
I would look at the other pictures.
Hey,
I'd look at the other
let-
pictures.
Okay.
I got a ton of them.
Let's organize this. Linda, have you concluded? Yes. you have, I
Well, yeah, and back to the pictures again. I'd have everybody look at them if you didn't get a chance, because that's what they've got.
Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, 41 Orange Street is an early 19th century typical Nantucket 4-bay, center ridge, chimney with side entry. It once had a projecting bay window on the facade, and it was also shingled, and then it went to clapboard. I thought that was pretty cool. I have no problem with the head trim proposed. In my understanding, on all elevations, it would be nice to have plans.
Would be nice to have
Specifically,
what?
plans.
There is a drawing of it in the file.
Specifically for the windows so that's 3 windows total, right?
Mhm.
And they're
Yeah.
all Boston sash. Obviously, that's
Yep.
great. Wood, TDL. My only concern was typically when we do window replacements, we see a survey, photos of the interior. We got exterior. That was my concern was, and sometimes you circle the window so we can have it on the plan. Just some clarification on that.
Sure.
Other than
Yep.
that, I have overall no concerns, and Linda, HSAG had no concerns.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Okay, how about that?
We can do that through staff with me giving her a rendering
Hang
of the
on,
windows. Yay.
Linda, stop. Okay, Carrie, you were starting in there, so
Well,
continue.
just looking at that other photo of this elevation, it seems like both of those windows enlarged will be very large. And I'm just not sure that is the greatest thing, but.
Okay.
We're trying to get egress up there.
Linda,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wonder if you could just do one like the other side.
the 2 people, one can just wait for the other person to go out first on the one window, or they can each go out separate gable ends. Okay, so Carrie, anything else?
No, I'm fine with the window trim.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's see, Jesse, to you.
I'm fine.
Good. Well, let me just ask, are you fine with the 2 windows going larger?
I am.
Okay. Abby,
I'm fine with on the front of the house, building up the trim, and I would go for 1 window up in the eave.
okay. Very good. Diane?
Yes, I would go for 1 window up there.
Okay. That's 1, 2, 3.
Where are you?
All right, well, so I'm on board with the trim now that you've explained it. And it looks like consensus view, I don't need to tell you, is going to be to go to 1 window on whatever elevation that is.
The other side has just one.
North,
The other
I
side is
believe.
already just 1. All right, so does somebody want to make a motion for this with the
So
condition?
1 larger window like we need for
Yeah,
egress?
it's going to be the larger window. We
Okay.
accept
I'll
that,
make
of
a
course.
motion if you want.
All right, go ahead.
Motion to approve changing the 2 small windows up into the eave to 1 window to match the other windows on that side.
What
Okay.
elevation is that?
That's got to be north, northeast, somewhere.
Somebody doing it, the A.
I can do that.
Holly, you were going to.
That's just it's west.
I can identify them, it's easy
Okay,
enough.
somebody can do an exhibit A where they take that photograph with the 2 windows and just say 1 larger window, okay? We do that
Through
through
staff.
staff?
Yeah.
Okay, that was your motion, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? There we go, got it. All right, next, 126 Main, the parking area.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
I have a procedural point. This is Andrea Bradford.
yes,
120. We're not sure why this application can be discussed tonight, given that it has been voluntarily held by the applicant's representative at the last 2 meetings on January 3rd and December 20th, and therefore has 2 strikes against it. We think it would be helpful if strikes were noted in the minutes so that there's a clear record and no room for any confusion.
Excuse me, point of order.
no,
The reason
Linda,
why.
stop.
No, the reason why they were continued is because we're missing board members. That was not our
Okay,
election.
All right, so there is your answer. So if it's at
Stop
the,
it.
if it's at the applicant's request, if they have their board and they say, well, we don't want to proceed anyway, that's a strike. But if they're missing their full board, then it's not held against them because it's our fault, not theirs, that we're not a full board. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Stephen?
except for there is one component that they have a time period to request a holding, and it's not a strike against them. So that.
In addition. to
Yeah,
it.
the intention of the rule is such that an interested party has advanced knowledge of when the hearing will actually occur. So if the applicant just requests to hold sufficiently forward in time so that, individuals who are interested parties can review the agenda, then it's not a strike.
And we didn't know until that day
That's not
that
applicable
you weren't
to
there.
this. I just
It's
wanted
not
to-
applicable to this. Yes, Linda.
particular-
Okay.
Absolutely not.
So there's your point of order, ma'am.
Third point, excuse me. In addition, as discussed earlier in today's meeting and in prior meetings, it seems premature to review this application regarding the double wide parking area before we have seen the developer's revised plans for the 1750s house at 126 Main. Thank you.
Point of order again. This
No,
is a standalone
I know it
application.
is, Linda. Who's chairing this? You want to come
I'm
sit
just getting
here?
tired
I'd
of
be
this
happy
stuff
for
coming
you to
from
do
somebody
that.
who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
We've been
okay.
here for almost a
Stop,
year.
Linda, stop.
It's enough.
I'll eject you. Okay, so we are going to review this, 126 Main.
And I feel it's now been pre-prejudiced. I don't have the regular board sitting anyway that was on everything else on this structure. I believe it was Steve,
I can't do
Ray,
this right now.
Abby, Diane, and Val. And we're,
No, this is your board. Do you not want this board?
I understand it's new, but we have not been sitting new members on a year-old project.
Oh, so now you're making policy?
No, I'm just saying that's
Do
why
you
we've
want
been
this board, or do you
continuing.
want to hold?
Well, Val's back.
Who have said that we aren't doing?
Val, are you sitting?
I'll sit.
Okay, Val sitting, and Stephen, where are you on this?
He was
I
on
haven't
it.
been listening, I'll admit.
Oh, it's so fascinating. You're missing all this. Okay, so.
I heard something about a rule, and of course, my mind just perked right up.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Steve was on the originals of all of these.
Yes, I'm aware. That's why I'm asking. him.
At whatever your pleasure is, Mr. Chairman.
I would think having the regular board in this case would be probably a pretty good idea. Okay, thank you. So you have the regular board, Linda.
Okay.
All right, now let's move forward.
This is a separate lot from the driveway on the east side that services the back lot. Let's be clear. They're entitled to have a parking space, and they certainly have enough yard to have a parking space, like every other structure on Main Street, especially in that particular area, has off-street parking. So we'd like to have off-street parking. We are limited by the fact that we're not moving the house. We are limited by the fact that we've been working with Dale Gary about that tree. So he's sort of given us a perimeter around the tree that we can work with between the tree and the side of the house. Since it's not moving, that wall is going to stay right where it is. Can I speak, please?
You go ahead, Linda.
And Dale comes by and regularly checks the tree. The parking area is as small as I can get it. I didn't go for the 9x20s, which are the usual zoning required
I see
spaces.
that. Yep.
I went with 2 7x17s to get them off the street. Now, it's not just you I have to go through. Then I have to go to the selectmen because we're taking one parking space away to make
I
it.
get that, yes.
And then we got to go to the DPW. So there's a whole chain here that we have to go through.
Correct.
But we made them as small as I can get it. And it has to be rounded at the street level that's required. So it doesn't go straight in, straight out, so you run over the curb. And it's going to be brick like everybody else up there. And that's pretty much it. It's jammed in there. It is a parking space that we are allowed to have when we go through all the process to get it. And every house up there has mostly brick, actually. I have the owner here who can talk about the fact that we did cut it in to see how much we could get it level so it's not going straight uphill like the driveway on the other side, which most people don't have up there. They have it cut in and leveled. But he can speak to the grading issue of where we cut it in so you could see where it was going to go if you bothered to drive by it.
Well, and we also have a photograph of it, I believe.
Yeah, I took it as well as I could with people in the way.
Yeah, okay. Chip, do you want to send it? Yeah, we get it. I think we may have questions of you later, but let's just see. Holly, hang on, Holly's next in line here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously for the record, this is the E.W. Codd Arthur B. Collins house, a circa 1750 typical Nantucket. I think it's a little bit older than that. Obviously from Sherburne originally. Appreciate that the proposed driveway is proposed as brick and running bond to match the Main Street sidewalk. You'll remember a couple of years ago, we had actually per me changed the bylaw to make it so anything that's within the old historic districts would go to the HDC for your approval prior to anybody going to DPW for the driveway. So that way you all are reviewing for the appropriateness of the driveway material. My understanding, first of all, the proposal includes 2 undersized compact, based on the zoning bylaw, parking spaces. They are allowed to have parking, but I believe it's only 1 compact parking space, not.
Well,
hold on.
Stephen
2.
and I both are of the understanding that you're entitled to 1 7x17.
You have to have 2 parking spaces.
No.
Oh, wait, this is a selectman requirement. If you take a space away on the
Linda,
street, you
that's
have to
not
have
what we're
2 on the
talking
lot.
about. That's not what we're talking
No,
about.
space-
What we're talking about is you can't have all of your parking spaces be small. one has to be the normal size and one can be the exceptional smaller size.
No, I already went through this with the planning staff. They can be both 7 by 17 because it's grandfathered with no parking right now because of the 4181L.
Right.
So no parking is required. We can have 10 7 by 17s if we want, which is why we went to the 2 7 by 17s to keep them small. This is not a new structure.
Mr. Chair, Linda is quite correct that no parking is required because it's grandfathered, but I believe there's something in the bylaw about when you want to add a parking space, it's one, and if you're gonna do a compact, it's one. I'm pretty sure there's precedent of that
Okay,
on.
well, listen, I think we're sort of
Martin's
reaching
Lane.
beyond our own
Yes,
jurisdiction.
I
But that's why I put 2 in
This
instead of
is going to
1.
go to the select board.
Yes.
It is
Well-
going to go to the
DPW does review
Yep.
under the section of, under
Yeah, so if- if it's- if
139,
we're
20.1.
wrong or whatever, it's going to get.
I do want to mention
yes.
that, again, it is the last one that you all reviewed in the old historic district for new parking
Yes.
was a 1 compact and 1 full size.
Correct.
In this regard, I wouldn't think having that size of a parking space or driveway, for instance, would be appropriate in this location.
Wait, I'm
So-
sorry, Mr. Chair, can you repeat that?
I don't think having the ladder of having one, for instance, I'm bringing up 31 Milk Street.
Side by side, you mean?
Sides, correct, side by side. I do think that the corner rounding and the width could be narrowed down. Typically, that's at, if you're doing 1 parking space, right? You're at 12 feet wide by 17.
20.
If it's 1 or 20, yeah. But in this case, you're actually 17 feet off the property line.
9 by 20 if you're doing 1.
I will say this, out of all the years that I did assist with the planning board reviewing driveway curb cuts, I don't remember seeing 2 compact parking spaces, especially in the old HD. So that would be my only.
The building commissioner and the planning staff are in favor of it because we are grandfathered to not have any parking. So in order to meet the requirement from the Board of Selectmen or Select Board of removing 1 on-street space, you must required to provide 2 on-site, and they don't care what size they are.
We gotta cut this.
Yeah, we really do.
My only concern was and I believe, who did the plan?
Bracken.
Bracken's pretty good about this. My only concern, it's not really HDC related, but I'll say it because I'm a planner, is whether or not this parking space, once somebody backs out onto Main Street, that you're not hindering a driveway across the way. So that was my
Oh,
only.
Yeah, they put a yellow line where there is one.
Linda, please stop. Just stop.
Well, if you don't understand it, it's hard to get
No,
it.
just stop. Let the board handle this. Okay, board members, regular board, who wants to start into this one?
Well,
I
was
will.
in favor.
I mean, I am not comfortable making it 2 spaces wide without getting the information in front of me by somebody who's official.
You mean a higher authority,
Select Board?
yeah.
I've had to do it at the Select Board.
Val has the floor right now. Val.
Yeah, I mean, we're all just guessing and, you know.
I'm not guessing.
We're supposed to believe everything that you tell us.
I've had to go to the selectmen for a special permit.
Why, if you're not
Oh,
required
all right,
to have
stop,
parking,
Linda, stop.
do you have to
Okay.
have 2?
Okay.
Because it's a
So you just
4181L.
You want a read from a higher building
Somebody
authority?
who does
Okay.
parking requirements.
Okay, thank you. That this is the
Unbelievable.
least amount of parking that.
Yeah.
And what do you want? You want a letter?
They're not
What-
going
what
to do
you
that.
looking- I just so we understand.
Somebody who says, yes, this is in fact.
Do you want a letter in the
Yeah.
file saying that?
I don't care what it is, a note.
Well, I need to know
Let's
what you
just
want
say-
from me.
Let's just say a
Forget it.
letter.
You know,
Let's just say a letter.
I'm with Val,
Okay, good. All right.
a letter and a description of the area.
What?
Okay, very good. Abby?
Yeah, I was okay before this discussion started, but in terms of the running bond, so we've agreed that the sidewalk usually goes the other way, right? So that's gonna, how are you going to incorporate, the sidewalk usually goes from left to right.
The
running.
sidewalk is going laterally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not as depicted in this picture.
It's
And
not.
The other thing I was thinking, Linda, was coming off the street, sometimes they put the bricks on their side so they're stronger. They go deeper and they're stronger and they're thinner. And I think it's, you know, I think it's the way they did it historically too. So,
I didn't understand that.
so, you know, there's a brick that's like 3 by 7 or something. They take the smaller end and they make that the apron.
That's the standard.
That's an edger.
Okay, it's just that it's not depicted that way in this.
No,
so
Don wouldn't have done that.
All right. So, yeah, I'll wait for the clarification from above.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
I don't recall, are there other double wides in the area?
Yes, many.
Yeah, Holly.
All the way down to Main Street. by the
Holly.
way.
Holly, could you answer Stephen's
Yes,
question?
I'm
please?
Mr.
Google
Chair,
driving
through
it.
you, yes. And I believe Linda did put those in pictures in the file.
We don't have them.
They're right there.
We don't have them.
I put them in with the application.
Yeah, I didn't see it, that's why I asked, and I'm Google driving it.
I'll
now.
put them in again then.
I meant to actually look at it the other
This
day.
is what happens when you put in more than one thing
Yeah.
for an application.
Okay, so presume that there are. I'm still concerned about the parking just overall with respect. I think it would be more appropriate for it to be a single stack. And there's definitely room to move it 2 feet closer to the tree. It's still outside the bound.
Yeah.
And you could have it be necked in. You could have two parking spaces stacked, one of the proper size, one of the smaller size. And for me, it's more the presentation of from the street. So having 2 cars parked there that you see the tail ends of, if they're pulled straight in, backed in, you'll see the front, whatever. Seeing the 2 vehicles versus seeing the one.
Clarification,
Yeah.
that doesn't work. That's 17 feet
You have
plus 20
30
feet.
You have 30, I'm not gonna go back and forth. You have 36 feet from the lot, property edge, to where the step, up beyond where the steps are. The steps could be moved to accommodate the parking.
There's the existing porch.
Linda, stop.
The existing porch is not in the way. You have 7 feet, you have 9 feet from the westernmost parking lane to the edge of the tree envelope. So you could actually put in a parking space there that went all the way up to the step or even beyond the step if the step were relocated.
Which step? Are you talking about the
The
porch?
step off
At
the
the
porch.
How do you get around the tree?
He just told you.
You can't. That circle
Okay,
is the tree.
Move this along.
That's 37 feet of
Stephen.
parking.
Can I just tell her what you want, and then we're gonna move this.
Because of the roots?
Yes.
From here to up, you have more than 36 feet. You only need 30, you need 37. So you've got, if you scale from here to here, you got 18 feet. If you double that, you're up about here. So you have room to put in a full length, 20-foot and a 17-foot length parking. You've got more than, this is 7 feet. You've got a little more than 2 feet here. So you could go from this 7 feet, from this line to 9 feet over, move this line over, and you could bring the parking up here, and you'd have 2 stacked, both legal without any variance, just by shortening up this step.
We can't measure from the street. We have to measure from the property line.
He's not
From the
measuring.
property line.
That's 17 feet till you hit a building.
Okay, so Stephen has
We're not
told you
doing
what
that.
his
We've tried.
request is. Now, I'm not gonna add to this conversation, but it sounds like we want to have a letter from a town official board saying what the minimum number of required parking spaces and size is before we move forward.
Well, it's
Yes,
0.
that sounds
That's
like
what we
a good
want. So
idea.
can-
I'll make that.
And
Is there,
take Stephen's words under advisement. I think what he's saying is all accurate. And,
It's not. Okay.
you know, if you need to do it that way, you can do it that way.
You do have public
So
comment.
that is your motion, Diane? Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Oh, is
Okay.
there a
so
moment
Diane-
for public comment?
Excuse me.
No, this is going to come back anyway, so I appreciate that you want to comment, but you're going to get another crack at this the next time when we see something that's even remotely permissible. We need more
Okay, thank
information,
you.
so just hang in there.
Thank
So
you.
the motion is to get a letter from, I will
Somebody.
underscore the words town official, saying what the minimum required parking is for this lot, size and number. That is Diane's motion, and all those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye, any opposed? Okay, there we go. Now we have one more at 78 Cliff Road. You can take a break. You can take a break. Connie, you want to sit in on this one?
You can't
Join
do
the
that.
fun, Connie?
Dale won't let us touch it.
What? Okay, so Abby's off, Connie in.
Oh, boy. Where are we now?
Let's go. We are at 78 Cliff Road.
Okay. Move demo. It's in like 500 pieces already.
It's in
It's
500
not an historic
pieces.
structure. It's built in 1965, not that square footage, but part of it was built in 1965.
Hey, Linda, what exactly do you mean by it's in
I know, I went
500
by it
pieces
today. It looked
already?
Nice.
It's nice. Nice is not a requirement under HDC.
No.
They've
but
added
you-
the porch, they've
wait,
added
wait,
this,
you
they've
just
added
said
that.
it's in 500 pieces.
Yeah,
What-
because they've added this, they've added that, they've added this, they've added that, they've
okay.
added this.
I thought you meant they were already demolished.
1965, one-story structure, kind of an interesting layout, let me
Okay.
tell you. They want to move it or demo it.
Okay, very
Simple.
good. Got it. Okay,
I think
Holly.
we can move this, but in pieces, obviously.
Holly,
I'm waiting.
you're waiting.
Sorry.
If,
Thank you,
if you
Mr.
wait,
Chair.
you're never going to get your chance, never. Sorry.
So, I have an HDC survey on file from circa 1958, Misty
Mhm.
Meadow, which is a ranch style. Am I looking at the right one?
Yeah, it's not on the 1957 aerial.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
part of it was 1958 and the rest were added
makes
in
sense.
65.
Under construction.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
And
put
the-
that up there.
And thank you for the aerials. That is very helpful. Obviously, regardless if it's 58, 65, 75, it's contributing structure. Obviously, it would be nice to salvage this versus having it demolished. These type of structures are, could be used for housing. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. There are a lot of contributing structures in this type of condition, that could be used for that. So those are my comments.
And we have to advertise for it, and we have to, and I'm
Yes.
going to go towards, I'm going to go to Housing Nantucket and see if they have somewhere to move it.
Understood. Okay, thanks. Board members.
I'll go. I want to get a clarification through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Holly, my understanding is that it is contributing if it meets one of three factors, not just the age, but also
Just the age.
notoriety, local, da. Okay. So my feeling on this is that it's appropriate to try and move this. Linda, I understand you're going to have to post a notice under the zoning bylaw. And I would just make as part of our approval, if it is approved, that you will, and I know you will anyways, but it will make me feel better, that you will be in touch directly with the
Housing
Housing
Nantucket.
Yeah.
Authority, Nantucket Housing.
Housing Nantucket.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Connie, anything?
Nothing more.
Okay,
Okay.
let's see. Val?
Yeah, it'd be great if it could move. Actually, one
Yeah.
whole wing, I think, is just a porch that got filled in, so that could go away. And
That's right.
yeah,
Okay. Diane, anything?
Put it down there in two pieces. I would be for reuse, yes.
Okay.
Can I get the demo move?
Well,
In
let's
case
see,
I can't
let's
get
see
it out
which
of
way
there.
this goes, because I think you're going to get that. But
Okay.
let's see what the motion is. So does somebody want to make a motion on
will.
this? Okay.
I make a motion to approve a move off demo, and if it is impossible for somebody to take it, which I don't know why, it's a nice wide open lot, that people are allowed to scavenge as much as they can
yeah.
off of it before it goes to the dump.
Yeah.
Can you also add the housing Nantucket piece?
And to contact Housing Nantucket.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There we go.
Right.
All right. So all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, do you mind sharing like?
No, let's go.
Okay.
All right, so, let's see, we have Andrew. And our board is going to be Val, Diane. I guess I've got to sit on it. Where are we in the rotation? Need, 2 people. So, okay, so Carrie
Well, I don't need you
and
to
Jess.
comments, so.
And this is 44 Monomoy, addition to main house. Andrew, you got 2 minutes. We'll hear from the public if there are any comments, and then, no, actually, we'll ask you any questions we may have. And Holly, you got anything on this? Okay, so just so you understand the lay of the land.
I get the lay of the land.
All right, go for it.
I will try to take under 2 minutes.
Excellent.
This is a project I was in front of the board almost a year ago proposing some modifications to the main house and a few of the accessory structures. There are currently 4 buildings on the site right now. There's a main house, there's a guest house, which was already approved as a demo move off. So I'm here with a new guest house following this application. There's a garage on the property that we're going to recycle and move to a different location, which was already approved on consent. We're knocking down a shed and we're building a new shed that was also approved on consent. This application is for what I would call minor modifications to an historic structure that was built in around 1920. It went through, I believe, a renovation sometime in the 50s and 60s, and then went through a total gut renovation in 2006, where the structure was essentially rebuilt from the inside out, new foundation, new chimney, new everything. What I am proposing in front of you today, if you want to scroll up and go to the elevations, I'll walk you through our changes. Some of them, there's a few massing changes and a few window alterations as well. If you go to page A200, please, which is after all the images. The trim's going to remain white, shingles with cedar roof, all of that. If you go to A200 again, is this count my 2 minutes? Trying to get a little laughter, levity, a little levity in the room.
The page
right?
bar is your friend on the left side. Yeah, because you'll be able to jump around easier.
So the site has very little visibility from Monomoy Road, which is where the primary entrance is. It's unique in that Berkeley Avenue also abuts it, which is a dirt road, which has a secondary curb cut coming off of it. So the changes you can see here, if you want to go down, scroll down so I can do the front elevation first, please. The south elevation, back one page. I don't know if you all have them on your iPad, I don't know. So the south elevation is the front elevation, which has very little visibility from Monomoy, 0, and has some visibility from Berkeley Ave as you drive down. Our alterations are very minor in that we're replacing a few windows, making them slightly taller. Again, I want to reiterate that this building has 0 existing fabric from the original structure. All of the windows have been moved, changed, very few things exist. Additionally, there's a small wart that is between the gambrel forward element on the right-hand side of this elevation that we are extending out, creating a lower eave line, much like the condition that is currently there, just extending it out about 5 feet. That is the south elevation. On the north elevation, which faces the harbor, the main alteration we're doing is we're removing what is a 3-season porch that is counting as ground cover, and we're recapturing that ground cover and just doing a second floor deck. That's it on the main mass. On the secondary mass, there is, if you look over to the left in the existing condition, there's a wart there that extends halfway across that mass. We're extending it all the way over and then increasing the size of the double mold windows over on the left-hand side. That's it on this elevation. Go to the next page, please. On the east elevation on the top, We're adding a door, creating a mudroom entrance on the east that slides in, increasing the size of the few of the windows. The window heights seem a little odd to me. They don't feel original to the house at all. They don't look it based on the windows that are put there, so we're creating more proportional window sizes. And then on the west elevation, you can see that extended wart that comes down between the cross gambrel element that is along the front elevation, and then the new porch facing the harbor. That's it. I'll stop there. Holly, you can go.
Actually, first, any questions on what Andrew's presented? Technical difficulties?
Yeah, it loads and then it goes away.
Yeah,
and it
mine
looks-
was doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
mine was too.
I looked at this
Okay.
earlier and I studied it pretty well, and I think that Andy's done it.
You're ahead of yourself. Just questions right now. Any questions on the presentation?
I can't wait.
No questions on the presentation. Okay.
Let's keep it moving, Steve.
Look, yeah, like there's a process for a reason. It's not like, you know,
I didn't say anything.
I know you did this thing. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I want to thank Andrew for basically changing the very first application you had for this was actually for, so, but, and I also understand that this structure has changed on the inside. However, from the exterior, it's had little changes within the last, I'd say from, oh God, from that time frame that it had that revision. But originally the 44 Monomoy Road, AKA 9 Berkeley, which was Berkeley, give you some history. Berkeley was named by Eugenia D. Wolfe. She was part of the summer community out there in Monomoy. But there is an HDC survey on file, a circa 1920 colonial revival, Windy Way. Based on this book, and the reason why I have this book is because I was looking at the Monomoy proposed plan for the master plan, and it's very, very pretty cool. A Nantucket enclave, Monomoy Heights, which was a community that was established in 1852, and it goes all the way up to the history of 2005. The structure originally was built by Hiram W. Macy in 1922. And there was a small wing added in the 1930s. Sidebar, my great grandfather worked for Hiram Macy back in the day. So I think he got a lot of his carpentry work from him. And then in 1992, it was restored by the McDonald family. That's where they added that upper deck on the side that's facing the harbor. And then Charlie Gifford purchased it in 2004, and then subsequently there's been changes, as Andrew had mentioned. Based on the addition to the main home, I appreciate the retention of the 6/1 windows, even if they're getting beefed up. Those are character-defining features of this colonial revival, so thank you for keeping those. I will say that I am a little sad to see the removal of the fan light and half-round windows, as those are some character-defining features that you do see with colonial revivals, and they tend to look now a little more modern, but I understand. Overall, again, I appreciate that this structure is staying regardless if there's been some changes inside. So thank you very much, Andrew. No concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Is there anyone from the public on the board who wants to speak?
No.
Okay, so that concludes the back and forth discussion. At this point, there'll be comments. If there's questions of the applicant, they're through the chair. If there's responses from the applicant's agent, they're through the chair. Who would like to start? Carrie?
I already went, so.
Why don't you go ahead and do it now?
I'll just say, I'm impressed with this. I'm really glad the house is staying and thank God for all of it.
I can't hear you. Use that mic.
I think these are appropriate changes.
Thank you, Carrie. Let's see. So it's Val, Diane, myself, Carrie, and Jesse. Who would like to go next?
Well, I'll go because I just keep losing it on the computer for some reason. I agree with Carrie. I think it's staying true to what it is, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Me too.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, Abby wasn't here for the first part. Jesse?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's fine. If I was going to be picky, which I'm not going to be, but I will mention it.
Oh, good. So we're going to move right to the motion?
No. When I went back and looked at the original photos, as Holly mentioned, the half rounds are part of the original structure.
Little quarter rounds.
But,
Yeah.
you know, I've never really liked those, and I know they're kind of a pain. So I'm totally fine, but it is something that is part of the original historical structure.
Okay, thank you. I echo Holly's sentiment. It's too bad to see him go, but I think overall there's appropriate restraint in the changes. And do we have a motion to approve as submitted?
Make motion.
On Diane's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. So now we're going to go to the new
Thank you.
guest house.
It just, every time you touch it,
So I'll just start talking while you're pulling up the guest house. So we're proposing a new guest house in virtually the exact location of the existing guest house that last year was approved to be demoed or moved off. Our goal here was to create a more holistic design approach for the property in designing a structure that was a gambrel structure that felt as though it was built of the time and an extension of the main dwelling. And it's a fairly simple building, pretty much identical to the one that is being removed with some different programmatic elements to it. We considered modifying the existing structure and ripping roofs off and doing all of these things to satisfy our client's program, but ultimately it was determined that they would have preferred to have a new structure. So again, the visibility of this structure on this property is very, very limited where it sits on the site because it's in the same spot of the existing one. So I'll have no other comment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Andrew? Andrew, the existing structure, this is a new structure to replace?
This is a fully new structure to replace the existing one that was already approved last year for a demo move off.
Excellent, thank you.
Which
I
was a
missed that.
garage.
No, Val, it's a true guest house. The garage I actually was in before to knock down. We're now saving that, picking it up and moving it on the site and repurposing that structure.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really have just one really minor comment. The proposal obviously is keeping with the gambrel on the main, or excuse me, the main house on the site. And really nice to see the gambrel reflected with the entire program of the property. My main comment would be on the north to tighten up the second floor balcony around the windows. And then I just had another comment on with gambrels. I know that they can be picky once you change like a pitch, you know, it can change the whole character of the gambrel. So I was curious on whether or not that was proposed in keeping with the main dwelling. So there's that continued look. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to comment to that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Holly, we're actually matching the exact detailing and pitch of everything on the main house. And I'm happy on the north elevation to pull in the deck a foot on each side, if that's what your comment is. Holly, that's fine.
With a nod to John McLaughlin. Okay. Who would like to begin?
I'll go, because
Carrie?
I looked at this before. I think I think it reads as too big. I think this seems to be bigger than the main mass of the original house. And because it's so simple and just the gambrel and basically that's it, it reads even more sort of outstanding. And it is pushed, it's not in the exact same location as the old building. It's pushed much further towards the water. So from Berkeley Ave, it's much more visible. So this big, humongous second floor deck off the party room is, I think, not appropriate because it's just going to be a party deck and I think it's going to be very visible. So I think I appreciate using the gambrel, but I think it needs to come down, maybe have some secondary massing, and that 2 second floor decks is too much for me. Yeah, because I think it will be visible from Berkeley or whatever the name of the street is. Yeah, Berkeley Ave.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Who would like to go next?
I'm sorry, the board is going to be regular members and Carrie.
Is there a picture of
No,
this,
because
the building
Adam's
you're
back.
replacing in this?
Yes, right there, Val.
You're back on
The whole middle row, the two on the left in the middle of
Oh,
the
so
middle
it
row.
is substantially
Yeah, that's fine.
bigger.
It's about 8 feet longer, and it's a
Oh.
gambrel, so it appears more massive.
No, I know, and it's 29 feet tall, so that's my
27,
concern.
25,
25.7.
You can see on the site plan how
What?
it's shifted
It's
towards
25.7 tall.
The house is 20 something,
Wish you
2410.
wouldn't call it that.
It
House
says,
is 20.
The house is 2410. I looked at it. when
Well,
I
the
pulled it.
garage is
garage
25.7.
is 20
This structure is
It's
25.7.
taller.
Shouldn't the garage be smaller than the main house?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, so we've identified that. Val, do you want to continue?
Wow.
no, because I'm still,
Want me to come back to you?
yeah.
Okay, who would like to go next? Diane?
Well, doesn't the guest house supposed to be smaller than the main house?
I believe what we've always done is one of them should be smaller than the other.
Right.
By a foot, that's all it is, right?
Yeah, I don't actually know what the difference was, but the
Yes.
idea is that there's a difference in scale. And
This is 25.7 tall,
Yeah,
and the main ridge of the main house, I read it, was 2410. I jotted it down because it's, yeah,
so it's about a foot different.
a foot taller. And this mass, I think, is bigger than the main mass.
Can I just make one correction,
Yes,
please?
please.
The drawings on the main house reference the first floor elevation at 0, with grade at 2 feet below that. So the ridge height on the main house is actually 26 feet, 10 inches off grade. And for whatever reason, this is 6 inches taller. So it is 10 inches. The guest house is 10 inches lower than the main house. That's what I'm saying. Sorry.
So-
so what,
So Diane, the guest house, as it turns out, the way they've measured, the guest house is 10 inches shorter than the main house as proposed.
good. Well, I don't, if that comes in, it's just, I hate to see a place where the main house is smaller than the guest house. But, the location is good. And we've still got a garage studio. Is that coming up?
That's there.
That's
That's the one.
'cause
we're
I
doing.
just have a,
Well, I got a hard copy.
Can we go to the elevations, just in case somebody wants to view up there?
Mine's cutting out constantly.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it now. We've never had a problem with it reloading.
It's not very strong.
Not
Maybe
that
it's just
easy.
because they're big files.
is that the
Although,
garage
I'm not having
guest
issues with mine, so.
guest studio?
Who's going? Who's talking?
Okay, Diane, so
I was
this
just
is,
trying to get,
it's up on the screen if you want to look at it there.
that's the garage guest cottage.
Yeah,
So it follows through. I just want to see what all three buildings look like.
oh, Andrew, do you have a perspective view?
I'm sorry, I do not have
Okay.
a
That's
view
right,
of all
I-
three.
It gets a pretty good view just
Okay.
seeing it now. That's not bad. So I can't see the heights being off on an angle. What's the height of the garage? Tell me it's 24
I'm not
feet.
changing the garage. It's an existing structure.
No, this structure, what's the height?
Oh, the height of this structure off grade
Just to
will be 26 feet, 1 inch.
Which is 10 inches shorter than the main house.
Right,
Just
and
to
2
clarify.
feet taller than the garage studio is supposed to be.
This is not a garage studio. This
No,
is a guest
there's-
house.
No, I was trying to get information on the garage. It says it's a garage studio.
Oh, on the
To
drawings.
relocate it, fill under separate application.
Oh, man, this is.
Diane, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for clarification. What are you looking at that you're
Look.
seeing now?
She
See
just wants
this?
to see what the.
No, let me please,
See what this is, see what it fits in with the other two buildings.
oh, you're
that-
talking about there's another building on the structure.
Yeah,
You're looking
right
at the
here.
site plan. Okay, so, yeah, so he's not actually making changes to that, but do you happen to know what the size of the garage is?
Yep, keep talking, I'll look it up.
Okay, so, other than the heights which Andrew's
No, I
gonna,
think other than that, it's good. It's
Okay.
fits
Yeah, he's-
in one house to the other. And then we fixed the height, which I think is important,
okay,
to have the main house taller than
taller.
the company
Is it-
houses. So
Okay.
that's fine.
And then, he'll get back to us on the height.
Yeah.
26
Abby?
Andrew, I think that the whole building is too boxy and too high and generally too big. And I don't understand the sort of,
So it's actually bigger than
what's it,
the-
slipped my mind, what's it called? Little roof over the front door.
Porch?
The
Pent roof?
Pent roof it just looks attached and not part of your design. And I think the balcony off the second floor is oversized. So I would, in general, I'd like to see the whole thing shrink.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Andrew, I think, I agree with, Abby's comments and which track Carrie's comments and the idea that I think in particular downsizing the second floor decks, I'm not adverse to two, but they would have to be, pretty much half as deep as they are now. So it's either that for me or one or the other. And then the John McLaughlin rule, which is our 8 feet. So with that, do you have any questions for clarification as the agent?
No, I'm good. I've got a great idea how to decrease the scale. Pull one
Motion
side
to
in.
hold
Yep.
for revision.
No, because Abby came back. Okay. On Abby's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, so
Okay. Thank you.
I think we're gonna keep going.
Yes.
We're on to 19 Sherburne, new main dwelling. And our board will be Connie as the alternate. And Andrew, when you're ready.
So I would ask that you please pull up the site plan L100. Go to the page just after this, and then we'll go back to that one. So this is a new dwelling on a vacant lot at 19 Sherburne Turnpike. It's a parcel that was subdivided recently. I think it's very important to understand a few things. One, the landscape plan was approved on consent without even being heard because of, I think, the lack of visibility and the topography that exists on the site. Sherburne Turnpike at the face of this property is at elevation 40. We've then created a driveway that winds down and twists in, so you have no direct visibility into the site. When you get to the arrival parking court, the elevation there is 14 feet lower than the street elevation. And then when you work back to where the house is at the rear of the site, the elevation is 17 feet lower than what the street elevation is. And essentially what we're doing is we're flattening out the middle of the site because it dips down to as low as 20 feet, which would be 20 feet below the road. So we're terracing down as we work backwards into the site. So while I understand sort of the organizational structure as we go shed, parking court, garage, studio, home, with the pool to the side, if you go back to the previous page now, what we did is we cut a site section through the street. I'm trying to do this stuff before we get here, so it speeds up this application process to show you the visibility of this structure as seen from the street. Now there's an error on this page because the house that's adjacent to it on the left actually is not 30 feet tall. It's about 8 feet lower than what we're showing there. So I apologize for that reference if anybody was to go out there. But I think it really demonstrates I'm not going to say lack of visibility of the project, although there would still be probably 15-foot thick vegetation along Sherburne Turnpike that you probably won't see anything as you look into the property. And it's heavily wooded all around, and there's no visibility from any backside from a public way. The house is intended to have gray trim, black sash window. I think it's an incredibly simple design that is very much about sort of two boxes, a primary box and a secondary box on the site. The main entrance is in the smaller massing for the main house, meaning it's in a single story mass as you approach coming into it. And we've actually stacked the 2-story portion towards the rear because we think it's a more appealing master plan strategy for this project. The ridge height on the main house is, give me 1 second, is off the mean grade that we have is 27 feet. So it's not that tall, and again, set about 200 feet back from the street, 17 feet lower than the street. So you'll just see kind of the roof poking out from it. The house has 2/2 windows. I think it's fairly straightforward, pretty clean, and very, very little visibility. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Chimney
for
parged, sorry.
Pardon me?
Chimney's parged.
Chimney's parged. Questions for Andrew?
Yeah.
Bill?
The lot directly next to this has a similar arrangement, and you can see all the way down on theirs. Are you gonna keep the vegetation?
On this, absolutely, Val. The intent is to, I mean, we can do the in perpetuity thing that it's got to be screened. Like this owner wants no view into the whole thing.
Long sweep all the way down. on
Okay.
that house.
And, oh, no, that's good. And Andrew, just a clarification too on that, you mentioned that the driveway is going to be strategically laid out to prevent view.
It is, so there's no direct line of sight in. It's an S as you come off of Sherburne Turnpike, sloping down 14, 15 feet.
Okay, thank you. And Connie, do you have a question?
The ground floor of it is just slightly canted back within the shingle plane. Light and shadow play as it comes across the face. We don't have a front porch. We're trying to create a slight bit of water protection as you come into the front door without creating that added design element. And this is something that I don't think you really actually see unless you walk up to it.
Okay. Any other questions for Andrew? All right. Holly's no comments. Anyone from the public on the boards? Okay. So comments? Who'd like to start?
What's the setback there?
What
From
is
the
the
swimming pool? Is that like 10 feet or?
10 feet, yeah.
the side setback is 10 feet? Yes,
Yeah, looks like
Abby.
that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. You want to go ahead and comment?
I can make a few comments if my thing cooperates here. I think this is appropriate. It's simple. It's it appeals to the site size, and it's still, thinking of it going down Sherburne Turnpike, I think it's going to fit in. Okay, here's a question for you. So you've got this little S curve going on to go down to the parking court. What is to the left as you get down to, say you start at 40 and then you go down to like 14 or something?
You start at 40, you go down to about 26. You
Okay.
drop about 14 feet.
So on the left-hand side, across from the parking court, what is happening in that area? Is that lawn or is that more parking?
That's all. That's all lawn. As you
all
lead
lawn.
up to the front of the house, that's all lawn.
All right, terrific. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
No
Or
further
any other
questions.
comments? Comment questions?
No.
Connie?
Yep, no, I agree. I think this is a very pleasant, simple looking structure.
Okay, thank you. Val?
Well, you know me, I'm always apprehensive. What's the little squares going to the house? Is they're retaining there?
Val, the little rectangles are walking pavers, and then when you get to about the midpoint of it, just off the rear of the garage, the steps act as a slight retaining to get us down about 18 inches.
So they're going down?
It's going down, correct.
Yeah. It's unusual, but if it can't be seen, I guess it's okay. It's black and gray. Which is there a lot in that area like that?
There's almost none in the
Yeah,
area.
Almost 14 feet off. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's all visibility for me. If you can see it, I'd have a lot more to say, because
Fair
there's
enough.
a lot going on.
Yeah, I agree. Diane, thank you. Diane?
My only suggestion is that I would very much like to see a chimney on the south elevation of the main house. To give some aid to the building.
Dan, there's a large chimney in the forward mass, a huge chimney, yes.
Just that the lines going
Sorry.
under there looks.
Yeah, there's a big chimney right on the gable.
Okay, what is that made out of?
It's parged.
Oh, that's the chimney you were talking about. Okay.
Correct.
That's fine, then that answers my question, and that's good.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I agree with the comments, in particular Val's, and how about a motion?
To approve as submitted?
All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Due to lack of visibility?
Due to lack
Do
of
limited visibility? Yeah, I think that was part of your original motion,
Yes, it
wasn't it?
was.
Okay, so next is the new garage studio, same location, same board.
It's the same location on the site as in the site plan. It's black sash, white trim. And you only see per that section that I submitted, the sort of roof in the second floor windows. Would be a peek through vegetation, potentially.
Okay.
But the garage door does face the street.
Yeah.
But with the S driveway, I don't know how with a 14-foot drop that you could see it. It
And,
doesn't feel possible. So that's all I have to say.
There's landscape materials, vegetation too?
All the landscaping was already approved.
Driveways?
Yep.
Proposed driveway between the roadway?
Yep.
Okay, just to confirm, just because it's not shown in
And
the
what
site
can we
plan.
ask him to color? What is the
It
material
does.
of the garage
With the
door?
eye. With the eye.
Like, is that natural to weather?
Natural to
It was
weather.
to be painted black,
Ooh.
Yeah.
but I'll paint it gray to match the trim. I'll do it the gray. It's fine.
Okay. Any other questions for Andrew? How about comments?
There's that skewed wall again.
Yeah.
Other than gray garage door?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Andrew, so you come down the S curve and you're down low now. And you said in front of that garage studio is grass. It's a big lawn there. Is that correct?
No, Abby, I thought you meant in front of the house's lawn. In front of that is also the parking. That's where you pull straight in the garage.
Oh, okay, so when it comes to landscaping, I've got a feeling that I'm going to want more vegetation in front of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So that is, what is the material of the?
They pulled that up, right?
Of the driveway, Diane?
Yeah.
Abby? I think it's pea stone.
Okay, so back to the garage studio. So now the doors are a gray. What?
It's a single door. It would be Quaker gray, platinum
Wait,
gray.
the
Sorry,
garage
platinum
door?
gray. I'll change it to platinum gray from black.
But sorry, there are two doors.
One door. One in the front elevation.
It's a double door though, right? It's
It's
got two handles.
It's
yeah.
carriage doors.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I call that two doors.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I meant two bays. Sorry.
Okay, someone's gonna bring up something. You're not gonna put those lights on there, right? That's not,
No, that's just a template.
yeah, template. Okay, well, I guess it goes along with everything else that's on the site, so I'm okay.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val?
Again, it's the visibility thing. I do have concern though that there's so much retaining and hardscaping here, and that was approved on. I guess we have nothing to say about that. So my building is fine
Excuse me.
Andrew,
because
what?
of the limited visibility.
Okay. Anything else on it? Okay, Diane?
Why do we have landscaping?
It was already approved,
We approved it.
apparently on consent.
I must have done that if it was this,
No.
Because you can't see it. It's dropped down 15 feet. It was approved about a month ago.
Oh, so this is prior to our initials.
I'll take the fall, though.
Okay.
Go ahead, keep it on.
Why would they even put a driveway on consent before the buildings?
No, if it's a simple,
It's pretty straightforward.
it's a
It's
straightforward.
not though, when.
No, it's not.
Well, you know, the
It's-
chairman
it's-
did it, so
yeah.
I don't know. Diane, did you want to continue? Thank you.
No, not really, but, I'll go with it.
Okay. Abby, Val, Connie,
Nothing else to add.
nothing to add. My comments echo Val's. How about a motion?
Motion to approve again due to limited visibility
With gray doors?
with gray
Gray
doors on the
service door.
garage.
Okay. All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. All right, we got one more with Andrew.
For the shed, I'll cede my 2 minutes to Mr. McMorrow for the next application. I have
Oh,
nothing to
come
add to the
on.
shed application.
That's too kind.
Just,
I motion to approve the shed. It couldn't be an easier.
all in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you,
You're good to
everybody.
go.
Thank you.
Ethan, you were wise to wait.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll step in on this.
Is this the one? Yeah.
12 Darramore. Uh-oh, there we go.
Stand up desks now.
Yeah, I actually have one of those at the office.
Bring one in.
It's interesting because it goes zzz, zzz, so if I really want to sit
Mine
down,
was
I just put
PT.
it back down.
Timbers I did.
It's
but I
really,
did that
it's
20 years
fabulous.
ago. It doesn't go up and down.
Mine's just a regular.
Yeah, it's really good to be able to stand up.
Give my IT to be able to stand us at.
Yeah.
Aw.
Okay, kids, so we are, is this the regular board? Okay. So here's Ethan at 12 Darramore. What do you have to say for yourself?
This is a new house. It's not my design. I'm just representing it.
Okay,
Oh,
so
good.
Abby's, sorry, just clarification. Abby is sitting off of this, and who's next in rotation? I'm out.
Carrie.
Carrie's,
No,
okay.
it's Jesse.
Jesse?
Yeah, it's Jesse.
Okay, Jesse.
Carrie.
Jesse's in on this one. Okay, let's go. Ethan,
This
hit
is
it.
a new house. It's not my design. I'm just representing it.
Oh, well, we were just about to approve it. You
Oh,
shouldn't
well.
have, you spoke a few too many words there.
Any other comments?
No, I'll just take the comments in the minutes and do whatever.
I'll go
Yeah,
if you
go.
want.
Yep.
I'm glad to hear that it's not you, because it's not you.
Yeah, that's apparent.
This design, I think, is not in keeping with, I gotta write something on here, hold on. With the context of this old historic part of town. This is something you'd see out of town. Yeah.
No, it's good.
It really, to pick it apart is impossible. It really just needs to be remasked. I know this had a house approved that I think Andrew did.
He did, yep.
And what we ended up finally getting him to, and what we liked, was it's funky and it looks like a house that got added on in different directions. So I think it's more massing for me. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Diane, anything?
I just, let's say, hold up, give me a minute.
Oh, I can come back to you.
Okay, that's.
Let's see, it's Jesse, it's to you.
Yeah, so I would say it's a little too symmetric for my liking in this neighborhood. And then that back roof that kind of comes off the back left south elevation there.
Mhm.
That's pretty funky. Yeah, fenestration's off, chimney's off.
Unpleasant looking.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
I agree with Val.
Yeah, Diane, anything?
Yeah, on the, basement, why were there only 2 windows in that?
Oh, yeah, that big low pitched mass, yeah.
Yeah, there should be more.
Mhm.
Make a single window over on the left under the other one, and put 2 windows in on that match. Just seems too much, and it's very.
Diane, could you get closer to the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, she's not on. You got it, Diane? There we are.
There we go.
Okay.
I think the window on the center one that I just said needs just to have another window at least there. I think that the regularity, can I say that, of
Yeah.
the building
Yep.
is not particularly attractive. I don't mind the side elevations, although I would like to see the one that has the chimney and brought down a little. There's very little break, which is wherever you see, whatever view you see of it, it looks like there's only, I don't know what, not even 2 feet between the break. It needs a little softness in this building. It is very precise. I think the front of the building needs to be relaxed. I think the windows need to be, the windows in the east elevation, you got 3 up above and French doors, and the 3 up above don't match the French doors down below. I think the fenestration should be sort of reviewed.
Okay.
I think that, and on the east elevation, what? You've got French doors, no windows, except over the shower. So I think the most thing I would say is that the fenestration should be reviewed.
Okay. Diane, thank you. I think it's to me. And I have comments that are similar to what have already been said. Interestingly, I think that you should take some cues, or whomever is pushing the pencil over there, take cues from what was previously approved, which is much more sort of casual in feel. This design is very, very rigid. And like Val said a little while ago, I could pick it apart, but I'd rather not, piece by piece. But I think it just needs to be less formal and more composed.
Motion for a thoughtful redesign.
Thanks. Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion for a thoughtful design, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, very good. Thank you. Ethan, do we have Stephen?
Steve's gonna let me go next because I'm next. I'm right up to his.
So we're skipping Steve?
Oh.
Well,
Where's Abba-Dabba-Doo?
okay, well,
This
let's,
one's,
Westerwick,
it's my design and it's a new house and it's short, small and short.
Okay, let's check it out. Thanks, Stephen.
Westerwick out in Cannonberry.
Okay.
Oh, why would you have 2?
The Lorraine station.
Yeah, this is
why?
totally fine.
This doesn't have a Y. Oh.
This
So
is
what are
fine.
we looking at?
Did you say this is fine?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things.
We're looking at.
Okay. Abby, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Westerwick. Gosh, what do we-
Ethan, why don't you start?
Yeah, start.
It's a new house.
I like succinct.
I've done this design once before on Clare Drive or somewhere. Yeah.
For Westerwick. Or Westerwick Drive.
If you go to the site plan, you can see it's an L shape.
I don't see it on here. What one is it? 1117. Oh, yeah.
It's a U shape.
Oh, yeah, this is nice.
Oh, it's hideous.
Gray wood roof, black windows.
Oh, and it's
usual.
way there at the end. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. So I'm hearing some comments, but let's make this official. Val?
You know what I really like about this?
What?
It's simple and it has additive massing.
How about it?
Amazing.
Good job.
Somebody read Building with Nantucket in
Copied it
mind.
from his own design.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
redo.
good
works.
person to
Okay,
copy
so I
it
think
from.
that was a positive thumbs up from Val. How about you, Diane?
No, I got my thumb up too.
All right, Diane's got thumb up. Abby's got, so you already got your vote right there, but just to make it official, Stephen.
One of those guys. And I.
All right, so can somebody make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Abby's made a motion to approve.
It was 78 feet.
Oh,
You guys can figure out. what-
yes, it did not escape the notice of this board.
Because he does build with Nantucket in mind.
Okay, so, let's see, Stephen made the motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one goes. Okay, where's Mr. Rothke? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna bounce back to 21 Gulf View.
We don't even have to.
Good evening, Happy New Year, Board.
Aye, thanks. Nice seeing you.
Would you like for me to get started, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please. Our time is running short.
This application is
It's
for
been an
a
epic
new
night.
dwelling at 21 Gulfview. Steve Rothke for the applicant, by the way.
Thank you.
This application is for a new dwelling at 21 Gulfview. You may be familiar with that area. You recently approved a new colonial right next door.
A what?
It's a colonial, actually, 2-story. I think it's a 5-bay colonial. I
Which,
put some,
which
That would be
number?
19.
19?
That was 19, that's right, Valerie, yes. There was a move off there, and that was the new house that I believe Graham did. Our program here, our site strategy for this lot, it backs up to Smooth Hummocks, which is right across from all the fields that we go and pick tomatoes in. Was to locate the house towards the back for all the obvious reasons of views out over the farmland and whatnot. So this house sits 80 some plus feet back from Gulfview. It's a pretty simple kind of tiered design where we have lower masses that sort of bookcase the taller volume in the middle. It's one of those lower masses. The house sits sort of at an angle based on sun orientations and whatnot, but a little bit of an angle to the road. So it's that elevation right there that you sort of see would be the left corner board there, sort of facing back to the street if you refer to the site plan. So I do think that the house is sort of sloping down towards that lower eave line on the street side. Again, it's situated far back from the site. You'll notice on my site plan, I do have a placeholder for a small garage that we hope to do. And I would come back to you with that. We wanted to make some progress on the dwelling and then take our cues from this design to inform what we would do with the garage.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
I'll go.
Yes.
I think it's appropriate for the area. I think the French doors located on the second floor facing the front need to be, if it was facing the rear, Stephen, your view, Stephen, I would suggest probably no visibility, so no comment. But being where they are, I think it'd be more appropriate to have 2 flanking windows that are 6/1 and then the double doors. I realize you won't get your sliding doors there, but I just think presentation wise, it's more appropriate. The other thing I think that would help, it's a nice design, is that we're on your mulled units to use double stud pockets, so you get a more beefy structural mullion between the triple gang and the double gang on the second floor facing the street. If there's any other ganged, I'm not concerned about them. Just the
Absolutely.
ones facing the
That's
street.
actually a drafting issue that we're having with the way it renders, but I would have full casing in between mold units.
I was looking for a little bit more,
Okay?
just
Sure.
another
I would separate them.
another 2 inches or something. And it should fit. And those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, thanks.
I agree with Steve. That was one of my things, the blank doors over the front door. But also the deck is ginormous there. And there seems to be a lot of deck on this house.
You mean, yeah, the one in the back.
No, the one in the front.
The one in the
is like
front.
20 feet deep from the building.
Oh, yeah, so it is. Yes.
Um,
And the one in the back's rather large too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
But,
continue. Sorry, Val.
No, that's okay. Just, the concern is with the overwhelming amount of deck and that all of the second floor doors don't have any grills in them. Just look
Mhm.
kind of blank, but, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane, ready?
Yep, I agree with the blank doors. I think they should be something with the grills or whatever you want to call them. I would like to see both the mulled windows on the south elevation and on the north elevation, the ones on the right-hand side. I would like to see those separated because you've got a lot of cheeks on both sides and they would do well to be pulled apart, I think.
Where?
Right here.
Yeah, if we could just clarify that on the drawings. So like that double right there that's up on the screen, Diane?
Yes,
Okay, yep. And then what was the second one, please?
it's on both the north and the south.
Okay.
That's all. I would just separate them. Doesn't leave you so much space up there. It makes the windows.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask one detailed question about that?
Of course.
Would I be able to, am I leaving the triple window on the left side in that current view that's up on the screen?
Yeah,
Okay, so separate the doubles so that they
Yes.
become two singles.
I think that.
I'm happy to
the-
do that,
The
of course.
triple, it fills up the whole
Yep.
little space, and the one on the north elevation they're completely separated, so it makes it better,
I'd gladly do that.
okay? More better.
Okay,
Better.
Diane,
I
thank
think
you.
that's it.
Oh, okay, thanks. Abby?
I would make all the sliding doors paned. I think it's gonna look really good that way, honestly. I did not,
So they'd all be 15 light then?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
I think that would look good. And then to Val's point, on the very large deck over the front door, could you pull in some shingles there and make the railing smaller so that it would appear smaller? Because I don't know otherwise because you've got two gables coming forward, you've got that negative. So how are you going to shorten that railing? So I'm thinking shingles on either side is just a guess.
Some shingled railing, do you mean? through
Yeah,
the chair,
shingled
please?
railing,
Okay,
say on the non-door, so it doesn't.
maybe
cover
those
the
first two
door.
sections, the extents left and right.
Yeah, left and right.
Okay.
And, I mean, you don't have to do that, that's just my opinion. But I think all the sliders should be 15 light or whatever, and in the back, I'm not sure what you see. You said tomato pickers are out there? What-
Well, there is a road there. It's a
There's
dirt road,
okay.
but there is a
So in the
road.
back,
There is, yep.
I would make paned windows as well instead of, that must be over a sink or something, but.
There is
And-
vegetation along that rear property line, just to clarify, and also smooth hummocks. Ray, I know you're out there a lot, is probably 6 or 7 feet lower than the back of this property. So it is kind of fallen away. I do think you will not see a lot of the first floor of this building from smooth hummocks, but I grant you'll see parts of the second floor.
Yeah, so let's make the second floor more traditional. And I would pull in anything that's over 8 feet to John McLaughlin's. Because this looks, the decks are overdone. I would pull those in to make them appropriately scaled. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't
So,
turn on my thing.
oh boy. Okay. Oh, let's see. I think we're just gonna have to let that one go, given the time. Stephen, I have a great deal of respect for your designs. Now, there are a few things here that trouble me. One being, it's a fairly, well, it's quite a large house for the neighborhood. I'm sure it meets zoning, but it looks like it's sort of shoehorned in, you know, like to use the setback to setback, not even square to the road. It's completely diagonal to the road, which I think that there's one other house along there that does that, but the rest kind of address the road. That was one thing. The second thing is I'm not sure that there are any 2.5-story houses. You know, you've got this dormer that's over the front door on the 3rd floor, which sort of troubles me. But listen, I'm a minority. I do agree with the other comments that were made about the sliding doors and the size of the decks and that sort of thing. But
Can I make a motion to hold for a few revisions, please?
Sure.
Or orientation to the road as well?
Well, you know, it's one person. I don't know whether anyone shares that concern.
Steve, will that, if I may, Mr. Chair, will that dormer work on the back?
Yeah, why didn't you put it on the back?
It's
That's where
just
your view
over
is.
That's where your view
Cathedral.
is.
All the daylight's that way, out
Yeah.
towards the ocean.
Yeah, I'd rather look at beautiful stuff in the dark.
Yeah, but you get
The other comment
I was
I'd
trying.
make-
I was trying to capture that daylight and wash it down over the interior of that dining kitchen area.
I'm sure it was a
So-
thoughtful
Oh, so
consideration.
that's a cathedral?
Yeah.
It is. It
There's
is.
nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you just reduce
it
the
off.
size of the dormer or something.
Okay.
You know.
I'm happy to take a
Let's
look at
put it in
Yeah.
his hands.
Okay, yeah.
No, thanks for the clarification.
I thought you were looking for space on the 3rd
No,
floor. Okay.
no, that is all cathedral there.
Yeah,
There is-
okay.
there is no
Well, then
extra
I
floor.
do understand your intent.
And then the other
Can I
comment
ask
just is,
a
can you
question?
look at 2/1s and 6 light French doors? Just
So
do a
that we-
study to see if it's something you would.
Gladly, I'd be happy to look at that.
I think it'll simplify the presentation and put the fenestration in better scale with the structure without having to change any of the dimension.
I think it's a smart comment, especially with the doors. If those could go to 6 lights, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
My client was interested in having unobstructed views out over the fields, but I can sell
It'll
6 lights for
simplify
sure.
a couple of
Or
the.
That'd be
2 over
better.
2, yeah.
Okay,
So
thank
two-
you.
2 over 1 and 6 light doors.
All right. So Diane, you had a question, right?
I wondered if you narrow the porches down, would you be able to turn it and have it go straight across? Because I see what the point is. I don't know where my mind is tonight. That's the way the only way you can get in what you have designed is to tip it. So I don't know. It just,
I think I'd like to consider the chair's comment about orientation, be a little more thoughtful about it. I'm not 100% confident that it will rotate substantially, but I'm happy to take a look at that.
okay, that's a good, thank you.
All right. Well, we're-
That's my
sounds like we're-
motion.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Abby's motion to hold for some revisions.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition to that motion? Nope, none. So there
Thank
you
you.
go. Thanks. Okay, well, folks, let's call it a night.
12 minutes?
Oh, what you got, Rob?
This is gonna be easy, I hope.
Hit it.
Yeah.
Go.
It's a roof color.
Oh, this is that thing, yeah.
This is a roof color, and I'm only here because this is a new species to me, and I don't wanna be.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, but you said that Matt used it somewhere. Go.
Bring it up.
So.
Is this the next application, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this photo I took a couple days ago when it was raining, so it was kind of dark.
And, oh, this is, what's his name's down there? Yeah, yeah.
Kind of shingles
That's
are they?
the pout
What kind of
house.
shingles are they? Wood.
It's, used to be owned by,
That's that strange wood, right?
Fort Chow.
Well, like gray?
Yeah, the website says it grays, I don't know why it wouldn't gray. It's just a rainforest type wood, so it's sort of like.
Yeah, it's a good,
We're ripping down the rainforest.
yeah, right.
What are you using this for?
You know what, you know,
So
those
they-
things they call
the reason this didn't consent is because I didn't
That's
know
what
what
they
it
make
would
the-
weather like, but this is where it was used a while ago. This is down, Fort Chow's, pout house, and it grays out.
Is it very
Why
expensive,
they-
Robbie?
Oh, it's gotta be cheap,
I don't know if it's availability or if it's price.
probably.
You know, the labor to put it up, so what's the?
Might be availability.
price?
And it grays
Gotta
out
be.
naturally.
Red cedar's like totally.
What, that's it?
It looks like.
What do you think, folks?
And this is wet.
I love how it weathers.
That's on the roof of the side of the house.
Subject to the presentation by the applicant's agent, motion to approve.
Okay, there it is. Subject to the presentation by the applicant that these will weather out for us.
Yeah,
That's the
because
motion.
it is wood, right?
What?
Yeah,
It's
I love
wood.
how it.
Well, it's wood, but I mean, some wood doesn't really weather the right color, you know? So,
So it's all
I
on Robbie.
think
So
that this
it'll
is
look
fine.
new all the
Yeah.
time.
You know,
So it'll look new all the time.
It won't, well, this particular
doesn't
thing
weather.
won't, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have a meeting on Thursday at 1:00.
Since when?
It's been advertised and I believe we
Hey,
discussed it.
hold on. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was the regular board, by the way. Okay, thanks, Robert.
All right, thanks,
And let's see, so meeting on Thursday, there we go. Well, that, you
Is
know,
there something special
it's
we're
good
doing?
news, bad news.
I-
No, we're just
I
trying to
thought-
review some more applications.
I thought it was to
Just regular.
discuss the thing we discussed tonight.
No, it's really, it's a catch-up
I
session.
don't, do we have to do that again?
Hey, we don't want to, but
We don't have solar tomorrow, right?
No.
hey, look, here's a story on Thursday. If you can make it, great. If you can't,
I won't be there.
yeah, just don't, it's fine.
I'll come
Um,
for just the
You know,
fun.
yeah.
For the fun of it.
I'll come via Zoom.
would be great if we had a quorum.
Oh.
well, we gotta.
What are the dates?
Did you say minutes? Motion to approve the minutes of December 20th. That's Abby's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, abstention, 4 in favor, 1 abstention, and a motion.
To adjourn.
Thank you.
Thursday's at 1?
Yes. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Oh, you got
Aye.
real bad